Okay, we are live now. So good morning. I'm the Executive Director of the Public Design Commission, and welcome to the PDC public meeting. If you are joining us via Zoom and would like to testify, please sign up through the Google form link. Commissioners, a reminder to please bring the microphone close to you when talking. I will hand it over to our President, Deborah Martin.
Good morning. I'm Deborah Martin. I am President of the Public Design Commission. Welcome to the November 17th, 2025 Public Design Commission meeting. As New York City's design review agency, the Public Design Commission has jurisdiction over the design of permanent structures, landscape architecture, and art proposed on or over city-owned property. Today's meeting is being held in person at City Hall. Members of the public can attend and give testimony either in person or remotely. The public meeting is now commencing with the consent agenda and items number 30205 to 30210 and 30212 to 30226. Please note the following recusals. Commissioner Castilla is recused from items 30220 and 30222. And Commissioner Hawkinson is recused from items 30205 and 30207. Are there any additional recusals to note? Okay, seeing none, we'll call for a vote. Commissioners, when I call your name, please state your vote for the consent agenda. Isabel Castilla?
Approve all.
Lori Hawkinson?
Approve all.
Bill Heinzen?
Approve all.
Karen Keel? Carrie Maloney?
Approve all.
Manuel Miranda?
Approve all.
Jimmy Van Bramer?
Approve all.
I also vote to approve all, so let the record show that all are in favor and the consent agenda is approved. We'll now begin the public hearing portion of the meeting with item number 30227, which is preliminary review for the construction of the Bronx Detention Complex at 745 East 141st Street in the Bronx. Per standard procedure, applicants will give their presentation, then public testimony will be heard, and the commission will ask questions, deliberate, and vote. We will hear in-person testimony first, followed by testimony from remote participants. Presenters, you have approximately 10 minutes for your presentation, and welcome. You may proceed.
Okay. Thank you, everyone. Good morning, commissioners. Good morning, everyone attending. Good morning, commissioners. Good morning, everyone attending. There we go. There we go. Good morning, commissioners. Good morning, everyone attending.
Good morning.
I'm Don Henry with Urban Architects, the managing principal of the firm, but also the architect of record for this project. We are incredibly excited about our Bronx proposal before you today, and love to really want to discuss the hard work that our team has put together, our transformative reform group, to respond to the comments we received from you during concepts, our early draft preliminary comments that you provided for us, and the changes that have taken place in the project really bring us here today to what we're presenting. Our presentation today is with John Cetra, our designer, Nancy Ruddy, our interiors designer, and Beth Franz from QRP. Special note, Joe Mizzi, our executive from Transformative Reform Group, is here because we are a design build team, and we are the group that's going to actually build this and get it in place for everybody. Our presentation will cover our early concepts, the large exterior moves, some of our interior work, and then briefly about our exterior details, and wrap up with landscaping. So at this time, let's have John start.
Okay. Thank you, Don. Hi, hello, everyone. I'm John Cetra. I'm Cetra Ruddy. We've been working on this project for some time, and we really appreciate all of the comments that we received from you in your preliminary reviews. Have been very, very helpful, I think, in for us to kind of really focus the areas where you had the most comments, which a lot of them had to do with the design of the podium and how it related to the street, what the materiality was, how does it relate to the context. And I think those are all valid things, and those were issues that we, from the very beginning, wanted to really embrace. So we're going to focus on that. There's a lot of slides, and so forgive us for jumping through some of them quickly, but anything that you feel you want to focus on, we'll be happy to do it later, but we do have a time limit, so of the 10 minutes. So just to refresh everyone's memory as to where this project is in the Bronx, it's near the Bruckner Expressway. And as you may know, it's at a very, very critical kind of juncture between a kind of coming together of some of the higher density residential areas in the Bronx with some low density residential. Also, there's the industrial sites that flank both sides of the Bruckner Expressway. So the response to context was something that was very interesting, how to really kind of pull together all of these different styles of architecture, of building typologies, so on, to create something that really kind of worked together. And the general parameters for the bulk, which was kind of given to us, was that the building would have a podium and then a tower above that. The podium was intended to relate more to the lower scale of the surrounding neighborhoods, and then worked very well also with the program where all of the elements of, let's say, social services were in the podium and the residential portions would have been above that. Now, we've been working on this now for really a couple of years, but as we have gotten closer to working things out, I'm really happy to say that two things happened, which I think were very, very positive, which is we were able to shrink the building by looking carefully at how the building was actually working. So we were able to reduce the overall height and also even reduce the height of the podium. And that's been working, I think, very well from an architectural standpoint, but also from the kind of the overall kind of design as we moved it forward. So the site is almost a square, but it's cut off by the Bruckner Expressway. And the way that it has been organized is that on the bottom is 141st Street, and that has the most southern exposure as well. The community space and retail, which is about 40,000 square feet, wraps the corner up to the entrance, the public lobby entrance, which is on 142nd Street and Southern Boulevard. Staff lobby entrance is on a sort of quieter part of the street up on 142nd Street. And then all vehicular traffic is controlled along a spline that cuts through the building. So, sure. Am I good here? Okay, sorry about that. Okay. One of the comments that you asked was about what is the quality of daylighting in the building. So we've done a series of tests and analyses, and these all, I think, proved that we have a very good amount of daylight, both in the public spaces and the communal spaces, classrooms, every part of the building, because we are basically exposed on four sides. Every part of the building is getting a tremendous amount of daylight, which is, I think, a very positive thing. So the building rendering, this is the latest version of it. So one of the things that we did is we realized we didn't need a whole floor of mechanical space. So that allowed us to lower the building significantly throughout the higher part of the building. So what you're seeing here is that lower version. And also, you see what's happening on the podium, which has now been totally, I think, redesigned in a way in terms of what we heard from you and also what we began to see as some patterns that were developing. So we also, you can see here some of the views as we go around the building, quickly, pausing here for just a second because the entrance was, I think, one of the things where you had some very interesting comments about how high it was and what was the quality of daylight in some of the spaces. So we've lowered that. We've kind of filled that in a little bit, I think, creating a much better and sort of urban scale and a more appropriate scale for the building. So these views, and we're going to come back to these, this is kind of showing what you had seen in the concept phase and what we're now presenting at this point in our proposal. I think what we've tried to do is to simplify things and bring things down to its essence. Like, what is really necessary? What do we need? How do we create something which is civic and elegant and appropriate and contextual? And how do we do that? And how do we interpret what's contextual? I think was an interesting thing. So I'm going to turn it over to Nancy Ruddy, who's going to talk about some of the interior spaces.
I'm going to zoom through this because I know that the big issue is talking about the contextual issue and the podium. I just wanted to, as I do this, to remind everyone that all of the public interior spaces are designed to work with the exterior of the building, but the idea is to maintain the excellence on the building exterior, bring it inside. Dignity and respect for all of the spaces are very important, and for everyone who experiences the building. So it's for the persons in custody, it's for the staff, it's for people visiting. What we have done is the idea of having organic forms that are welcoming and soft and having luminosity, as we have worked very hard to get most spaces having exterior windows and using sustainable and authentic materials in a really simple, classic way. And the importance of these is really to impart the civic excellence while bringing everything down to a human scale. So now we're going to get on to the part that's really interesting. We're going to talk about the facade details.
Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you, Nancy. So again, so to focus on now what we've done differently with the design, these are the, what you're seeing now are just the elevations that are kind of going around the building. And I think I want to just focus really on the renderings right now, because I think that's what's giving, hopefully will send a message in terms of what we're doing. One of the things that we had discovered in all this time working on the building was, and looking at the context, was the patterning that exists around the neighborhood. And we came up with this idea that there is actually, in almost every scale of building, there's a tripartite relationship in the facade. Whether it was the small townhouse where there could have been a 25-foot dimension, which was broken down into 3 sections, or even some of the bigger warehouse buildings that are surround us, we started to see this pattern, and we thought, is there a way that perhaps we could adjust the grid that we were working with, which was a 30-foot grid, and think about it in that way and sort of break down that scale? So what we did is exactly that. So instead of the scale and the proportion that we had before, we thought, let's refine it and let's go to like a 10-foot module, which would allow us to kind of address both scales, the kind of larger, let's say, industrial scale in the 30-foot module, but in the 10-foot module, more address the scale of the residential buildings, and especially in the podium. And what we saw also is that this began to, I think, relate better to the way that we were addressing the tower, so that there's a continuation, it's kind of a vertical continuation between the two. One of the other questions you asked was about, well, we have all this glass, so where's the vision glass and where's spandrel or shadow glass, shadow box glass? So you can see that it's very subtle in terms of where those two areas lie. In addition to that, there's some, in the vision portion, there is a security concern about the lower 6 feet. So that area as well receives an additional layer of translucency, so that it gives a better security for both people in the building and outside of the street. So the entrance, I think, was another, yes, thank you. That's a great model. I mean, we have some, beautiful models here. I can't quite pick this one up, but you can see that, where we took one section of it and actually put the materials so we can get a better sense. And that model shows the condition for the podium, a corner of the tower, and also the recreation space within it. Now, when we came to the entrance, we had an entrance that was very, very high. We lowered it by building out the library floor on the 3rd floor. So that actually helped create more daylight into that 3rd floor space. We made the windows much taller as well, and brought this down, I think, to a much more human scale. It's about 30 feet. So it's still a civic scale, but I think it's something that's much more appropriate. And then these will go in a little bit more detail in your questions, but these basically show the treatment for the various parts of the building and how we see the relationship between the context and the building that we're proposing. Next.
feel related it to the scale.
The microphone.
It has simplicity and elegance.
Right, yeah.
and lightness.
Correct. Okay. So, and the last thing I want to do is kind of show you, basically kind of going around the building at the street level to get a sense. One of the things you were also saying is, let's look at the landscaping, let's look at the adjacency to the building. On the south side, on 141st Street, we moved all the landscaping off the building, so that gives a maximum flexibility in terms of access to that space. And also simplified and cleaned up, I think, the details to make it a much more streamlined and elegant version of what we had before. The materiality on the verticals here is terracotta, and there are two different colors. One was a limestone, because I think it was another thing that you brought to our attention about materials and about color. And so we started looking at some other materials that were much more, we thought, appropriate for kind of a civic building as this, such as it is.
So that, the one under.
This is the wider pilaster,
Yeah.
and this is the narrower one. Yeah.
I guess we'll see that.
Yeah. And then as you go around the building, one of the other features, because the building is very long as well, is that we had introduced some gentle curves into the massing to kind of break down that long continuous view,
The lighter color.
the vertical.
Vertical.
Correct.
Forward.
Yes, correct, correct.
Sorry, I think we need your handheld over, so you have it.
And then since we're seeing these renderings with the planter wall, are they the same materials or is the planter wall?
That's concrete.
That's concrete?
Right.
And granite, which we have
The
here.
base of the building is
This
granite.
is the dark granite.
Yeah, this is the granite. Yeah, yeah,
Planter wall is concrete.
yeah.
And then the bench tops, are they wood or are they?
Yes, there's wood.
Actually.
Yeah.
So it's a very earthy palette that relates to buildings around us. And is very civic, and the two-tone really breaks down the mass of the solidity of it, so.
Okay.
So how high is the granite? Did we see that?
It varies in height because the site does slope. So it goes from, I think, about 24 inches to, yeah.
Like-
Yeah, you could see it here. This is at one of the high points, you know, on the west end of the site. So it's a little, excuse me, it's about 30 inches high here. Yeah. Yes. Is this poured? I think we were, yeah, right, poured concrete.
Maybe better.
And Beth's
Yeah.
gonna talk.
So,
about that.
and then just to go around here, just to show the,
Also,
They can't hear you.
there you go, sorry. Yeah.
also, I would suggest, sorry, we get through the hearing
Please do.
because it's a public
Correct.
presentation and we may have testimony, and then we will certainly have time to discuss the material.
All right. Oh, okay, I'm done with that now. So
Oh, yeah,
turn it over to Beth.
sorry, commissioners. Yeah. Yeah. No, I-
Yeah.
Agreed.
Well, we
yeah.
can come back
All
and
right.
can come
to any
Happily
slide.
for me,
Yeah.
John has stepped you through half of the landscape, so I can be really quick. As you can see from the renderings, that John showed, you know, we are still continuing to show this sort of sinuous streetscape around around the site with lush plantings reminiscent of St. Mary's Park, as well as responding to the articulation of the building facade. We have refined the plan to sort of deal with some issues of increased continuity around the site and simplicity of both the security elements and also the landscape elements. So quickly walking through kind of the big moves here. All of the bollards have been relocated to within 18 inches of the curb line. That's really a DOT regulation, but it does create a little more continuity. We have removed the NYPD blocks as a barrier, as well as all of the crash rated planters, which were a little bit jarring within the rest of the sort of curvilinear landscape. We have continued to get rid of the narrow plantings and then thicken up the planters that remain so that we can maximize soil volume. And we have removed the permeable paving. It was really related to the planters and the drainage under the planters, excuse me. But also there's very high bedrock under this site. So we can do some infiltration, but no storage. Okay, the main entrance has been redesigned to reflect the symmetry again of the main entrance of the building. We have mirroring planters with seating on either side. We're negotiating a significant grade change around this corner, but the curbside planting has been pulled back as well to align with the planters. And then there's more visibility and ease of wayfinding around this entrance. You can see that in the bottom slide there. There's just a lot more visibility without those planters there. At the Southeast Plaza, we've had to make a slight adjustment to add a couple of stairs up to the main doors. The finished floor elevation has been raised a bit, but it doesn't really change the idea behind this plaza space. And with the removal of the amenity strip at the curb there, the focus is now really on that plaza without a lot of visual interruption. You can see the boulder near the door there that's negotiating that slight grade difference. There's only been a slight reduction in green roof here. And here you can see what it's done to our landscape palette. So we've removed, again, some of the elements on the streetscape, some paving, some bollards, some security elements. And as we were just discussing, we've sort of changed the color palette of all the materials here. They're a much more neutral tone based on your comment. We've gone to the weathered wood RPL bench, and we are obviously coordinating with the facade of the building. Okay, the planting has been fleshed out because we've been, in development of this design, but the big move here is that we've changed from, again, a curbside bioswale to a right-of-way planting. Again, we have some ability to infiltrate. We can still grow plants. We just can't store the water. And you can see the very open and visible main entrance now with its symmetrical planters on either side. I'm calling your attention here to the curbside planting. We have opted away from the steel edging between the street and the planters. We don't feel like they're as robust as maybe we want them to be. So we've gone to a poured concrete curb that's notched for the drainage, so the drainage will get into the planting from the sidewalk. Again, the site is sloping on all three sides. Oh, what's happened here? Here we go. Here you can see the relocated doors. They're now central between our planters, the few steps up to those doors. And again, no other visual interruption on the way into the Southeast Plaza. And as John mentioned previously, all of the planting has now been removed against the building, and we've been able to thicken up that border on the street side, which is great because it's facing south. We can add more trees here, and we've provided ease of in and out of the doors of these commercial establishments. That is all we've got. So we look forward to online comments, your comments.
Thank you so much. We will now see if we have any remote testimony. Chelsea, has anybody signed up for remote testimony?
We do not have anyone signed up for remote testimony. Is anyone within the Zoom room here to testify? If so, please use the raise hand feature. I do not see any hands, so we are okay to proceed.
Do we have anybody in the room? I don't see anybody in the room. Okay, commissioners, we may move on to the discussion.
Okay. Questions or comments, Commissioner?
I had a question, maybe a footnote. Sorry to start with this, but I noticed there's an HPD site next to the building.
Yes.
What's the FAR on that? I never noticed.
I think it's 6.02.
Sorry?
6.02.
Oh, just 6, just 6. Okay.
Yeah.
Great, thanks. I didn't see that. I just can't tell.
It's not on.
There we go.
Is that, yes,
Yeah.
okay. All right, I mean, I can start with the open space and that's great.
Absolutely.
I have to say, I think the updates you've made have been very positive to clean it up and make it a more consistent space as opposed to having too many different moves, given the scale of the building. So I think that's all super positive. And also how the security elements have been streamlined as well. We did notice when reviewing your drawings that there's been some updates on grading that have driven to some of the entries to behave a little bit different than what we had before.
Yep.
I know you're still in preliminary, but there's some areas that look a little bit odd in terms of relationships of stairs and ramps, specifically at the main entry, that when you come back, we just want to see them developed to more detail, because it's a little bit unclear how ramps are transitioning so quickly to steps, but that's a detail to resolve. My main comment has to do with the planter walls. I do agree with you that given the context, poured concrete seems better than a steel. But poured concrete in New York City can be very terrible as well. So I'm just wondering, given how much of it there is, if you would consider either doing a formwork that would give it some texture or some exposed aggregate or some incorporated color. Because my main observation is that by the planters, specifically when they line the building, in a way, the relationship of that concrete, which could be very raw, if not crafted properly, maybe takes away from the clarity of the building materials that are being used. So to think about that relationship a little bit more as you move forward and how they can speak to each other as opposed to feel like separate elements.
Yep. To just jump in there real quick, we've already done all of those things. Thank you so much for the comment. I'm glad I have the opportunity to talk about it. They will be a poured concrete wall. There will be integral color, and there will be an architectural concrete finish with a rubbed sand finish. So we're going to put some fines in there so that we have some changes in color. It won't just be a solid color. So it'll be sort of more like the pavement. All of the pavement here is exposed aggregate. So the walls will be picking up on the exposed aggregate sidewalk, but in a much finer scale. And then again, the tones will match the tones of the building.
So technically the pavement then is a distinct sidewalk.
It is a
not a
distinct-
DOT standard.
It is a DOT standard, but it's a DOT standard typically in a landmark district or in a district where there is already exposed aggregate, and there is on the surrounding streets and all around St. Mary's Park.
Thank you. Okay, great. So, I mean, I think you guys done an amazing amount of work. And thank you for bringing all the examples of the materials and also the detail of the model so that we can really understand it. I think that the kind of fineness of this facade that you know, the kind of scale of it you've gone into is really working. Right, it's elegant and pretty thin pieces forward and shadow pieces with the other material. So, you know, I had just, now I'm gonna ask some questions because about things I'm not clear about. So the image on, I mean, the model over here with the piece that you said, this is the real material. So of course, it's not the real material.
Yeah,
It's
right.
a sample of the real material. So what am I to look at here to understand it? Because one thing I'm not sure I understand, and you've got the material so you can answer, is the renderings are very light. You know, I mean, this is I won't use the adjective projector, not a great
Right.
projector.
Right.
Everything is super light that we're seeing, and I have a feeling that some of the materials are darker, so I just want to understand it.
Mhm.
The metal, like this metal, you know, and the grills,
Right.
and those panels,
These.
where are they when we go back to one of the facades?
Can we go back to one of the facades?
Just to understand that.
Yep.
Because you've got the dark at the base, you have the podium,
Right.
which I think is working really great. I just don't, I'm not
Yeah.
clear where. Let's go
back to
render. Yeah, and everything's very bleached, but it's.
I think it's the, yeah,
Yeah.
it's the, yeah, right. Yeah.
I mean, even when you try to pull the material up, it looks
Mm,
a little
mhm.
different. So I just want to understand, now when you go
Yeah.
up, where are the metal pieces and where is this guy? Because it's a very large scale.
That is part of
Expanding that.
that's part of the recreation area, the screening for the
Okay.
recreation area. Yeah, it's this, right. Yeah,
Okay.
correct.
And it's in the recess piece?
It's a little, I don't want to,
Right,
Yeah.
I got it.
yeah,
Yeah, that's experimental dash,
And the
Sorry.
thing is
but
that
it's above this podium.
this is, yeah,
So we
the,
see it in the slide, maybe.
Is that there?
Yeah.
ML T01, yeah, is that what
Right,
we're looking at?
but where is it on the building?
which
Just-
one are we talking about?
Whatever, the big.
This?
rendering.
That, yes, it's this,
Yeah.
it's this area here.
It's that's
Yeah.
what I'm just trying
Yeah.
to clarify when I look
Yeah.
at the rendering, because it's just a piece of the building.
Yeah, this is just a
So when
corner,
it, like,
right? Yeah,
it's all of that,
yes,
Right.
correct.
right?
At every end, there is the recreation
Right.
zone, and that's the enclosure.
So you know, depending on where this, I mean, here. it's
Yeah.
dark, But it doesn't look like that. So that's just.
Right.
So it has a, you know,
I know it's where the light, depending on how the
Yeah.
light hits it, right?
yeah,
Correct.
this kind of finish with the aluminum, which
Yeah.
has like multiple coating.
Right.
It takes a whole different dimension in the daylight.
Of course.
And it really varies with the light of the day, whether it's cloudy, sunny.
Right,
And so at times it's gonna be very bright and at times it's gonna be a little darker.
right.
Mhm.
It has, you know, sort of like
Of course,
living
yeah.
essence a little bit, even though
Yeah.
it's not like stone.
And the
Right.
scale of it, so it's like 50 feet in the air.
Yes,
Right.
Yes, yes.
Podium is,
Yeah.
Right.
hold it.
because the podium finishes at 30. is it 30?
Right, 50, 50,
Right.
57, yeah, right. It's way up there,
Yes,
correct.
Yes,
Right, so you're looking at this,
I don't
yeah,
think
you-
it'd be fine.
yeah, yeah.
yes.
I think they expanded the scale of this good because then you might get to see some, I don't know.
Well, there's a, actually, this is also part of that screen. So, excuse me, just gonna move over. a minute. So this sits about 11 inches away from this. I think I have my mic on, right? So, you're right. So that,
This is
Yeah.
facing the street.
right, this is on the
security
interior.
On the inside.
Right,
And the truth
exactly.
is, the scale of this, when seen above, it's like a filigree.
you're right.
It's really like a pattern. It doesn't feel like stamped metal.
So
So
do you think, why the black?
So that from inside it disappear.
Oh,
Right.
So from
yes.
inside, this would be your foreground,
I
so
see.
that's security barrier.
Right, yeah.
Right,
And-
so that you really
It
see the sky.
disappears.
And you know,
Yeah.
I'd like to mention something that's counterintuitive. We did the Siberian tiger exhibit at the Bronx Zoo.
Mhm.
And the fencing, and we worked with the experts there.
Mhm.
We assumed it should be light.
Yeah.
So that you see the vegetation through and, but it turns out that dark, people see right through it.
Right. I got
So
it.
it's not going to be viewed as black, but will be
There's a lot of
more
light coming through it.
invisible than
Yeah,
a light
it's
one would.
different Scales, so
It depends
Yes.
on the height, so
On the height.
under like 10 feet, it is very dense.
there.
And it
And
lightens
then
up,
above 10 feet where it's not accessible, we open
goes
at
to a lighter,
5,
more
but we can-
open.
Oh,
yeah.
right. Mhm.
Yeah.
Okay, great.
And that's true on every floor.
Yes,
Yes,
correct,
that's true on every floor, like every floor for the
Right.
10 feet is that, and then that.
correct. Those floors are about 25 feet high each.
And then when
So-
like, the glazing.
Yep.
Glazing man.
Yeah.
This looks very.
Glazing
because it's
man.
Sitting down here, I should
Yes.
really be looking at it. this
Correct.
way.
It's-
Yeah.
it's just-
It
yeah.
looks like.
Yeah,
I know.
glazing back
I know,
there.
and it, because
Okay.
it takes on the
Right.
light that you
Yeah.
have in the room, and if you go outside and if it's
it's
sunny,
totally,
If
yeah.
we lift it up.
it's gonna be
like
much
so-
more.
About that. All right.
I had a dream about
Spilling
that.
coffee on a commissioner.
But, you know, I think also whenever we look at these, you know, we look at
They
it,
send you this with the glass. already.
correct. Yeah, well, that's because it's very hard when you don't have
I
this.
know,
It doesn't
I
really look right. So
But-
we look at it both because this is with the dark, it's more like what it's going to be.
Exactly.
Yeah,
But
unless there's a
it's not-
shade.
It's not painted back black.
Yeah, so, yeah.
And that's what we have picture that are a little, that we actually took outside that are a little
Yeah.
more representative. Because,
We
you
all
know,
have to
the
go
the
outside
tricky
and look
part
at
with glass is that there's always a space behind it, which usually is darker than the outside. And so you never actually really see through it, always appear darker. And so it reflect more of the sky and the sun.
You've selected a greenish glass. What is that?
No, it's not really green.
That's a line.
Well, that's because
That's
it's just the,
friendly
yeah.
color.
Oh, that's the,
Right.
yeah,
And it
Yeah.
turn more bluish
right.
with the sky.
It's not gonna look this
These
green.
Different pieces that we're looking at. Why do you have different ones here? This is the.
So that's
Where we
more
have the bird
clear,
glass,
and that's
right.
more reflective, and that the spandrel. So this one is the same as this, but we painted at the back.
Oh, it's a spandrel.
Right,
Yes,
and that's what
right.
make it so that we don't express the southern windows, which could become very oppressive.
And this is up higher.
Exactly.
From level 2 from this band.
Should we,
Up.
I mean, I just,
Yeah.
do we?
wanna hold
care
this
about
one?
Seeing these? Okay. I mean, this is what
Hold on to your
we
coffee.
all look at all the time.
Okay.
Spend hours
Right.
looking at different things.
It's a very, we have to go outside and really
Yeah,
get a
this
feel
is
for
great.
this. Yeah, correct.
So
Yes, right.
the one that's still in the basket is really for the retail or any space where you want to emphasize what's happening inside and have activate the street. When we go up, and this is more the program of the facility, then we have something more reflective that help us to control how much you see through. Even though behind it, we have another translucency layer up to 6 feet to make sure there won't be any communication with the outside.
And the perforated metal, aluminum, is that aluminum there? This guy. with
That's,
holes.
that's for the, that's at the
That's at the
louvers
top.
up in the tower.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, this is an assemblage of it. Yeah,
Bigger holes. Yeah.
yeah.
Okay. And that one,
That's,
That's it.
that's with the louver, so that's a product where, you know, it works with the louver, making sure there's enough air going through.
right,
And you don't see, you know, those
yeah,
big louvers.
got it.
It allows it to blend
don't
in
see
with the
the
rest
louver
of the
pattern.
wall.
Okay, great. Now, what's in that last basket? Is that something we should know?
And so that, you know, that's the same aluminum that you see also at the tower,
These
where we
strips.
have those
Did.
vertical,
The vertical.
Mhm.
right?
All the same.
Got it. Great, beautiful, thank you.
Thank you so much for bringing it all in.
And-
Had a panel for.
And this literally, depending on where it will be on the building, on the same day, you're gonna see some variation, which is
Right.
kind of nice.
When the sun hits it, that's,
Great.
okay.
Sorry,
Mhm.
can we look at the entrance? So I just had a question about, you know, the facade and the entrance and some of the graphics or the graphic quality of things.
Mhm.
So number one is this kind of grid, which the rationale, I think, makes sense that you're kind of repeating the patterns of the neighborhood. But I want, is this just an imposed kind of grid to make sure that people get that, or is this like a structural element in any way?
It's part of the structure of this, the glazing systems.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
Great. And then just underneath that, then, you know, this pattern,
Oh, you're talking about
that-
this area here?
yeah, is
Yeah.
that like frosted?
Yes, this is
glass.
this is a patterned glass, the
Okay.
fritted glass, we call it.
Gridded, yeah.
That is, you know, it's obscuring the view inside, but not blocking the light.
And, you know, I get that it's, you know, kind of very vertical and you know, geometric to
Mhm.
resonate with the you know, the rest of the design, but I just wonder if there's something that could be maybe a little bit more meaningful. You know, inside you have the organic kind of like trees. I think that's a nice effect. I wonder if this can be, you know, the building is already gridded. And I wonder if this, you know, kind of pattern could be something kind of in between that transitions you into this
Mm.
more welcoming space. I mean, I think it works. It looks like an entrance, so I think that's
Mhm.
great. The signage is not, you know, it's not like announcing it too much, which I think works.
Mhm.
But yeah, those are my comments.
Yeah,
But
thank you.
overall, I think it's a great
Something
presentation.
to
and
think about. I think it's a
Right.
great comment.
I like the
Follow
improvement in the
up on that.
mapping.
Oh,
Go
so
ahead.
you have it fritted because we shouldn't see in there, or what's the story there? Why is it fritted? And what, you don't have an example of a frit?
Yeah.
We don't have that sample.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's
since-
program going on there. There's vocational things, there's library, and so we don't want pure visibility into the program, but want the light to come through.
But then I was talking about the scale of the grid
Well,
and just the extent of it,
Or are you
Or the-
talking about the middle?
the
metal
vertical mullions.
this right here, yes, these will.
Mhm. That's,
That's-
yes, to the left or to the right of it. Yeah.
That is, that's part of
That's
like.
part of the
the
framing
glass
system,
and the
right?
Framing
Yeah.
system. And then the next, you know, that's the kind of, in a visual or narrative sense, it's talking about, yeah, like the
Mhm.
neighborhood, the verticality, et cetera.
Right.
You just, are you talking about this area or this?
I'm talking about the fritted glass,
Which is that?
This,
which is just purely,
this area here.
And
yeah,
then it has.
not the mullions, but
The
the,
mullions
the
are
frit.
aluminum, or are they?
So are
stone?
you questioning the frit or the grid
Oh,
on top of the?
no, just the frit.
The frit itself.
And just, you know, could that be something more transitional as an
Mhm.
image?
Mhm.
Because it's essentially just an image, so.
Mhm. Right.
So I just think of the narrative of it as it connects to the trees inside.
Yeah, I think that's a good,
It's a
good-
really good
something to
point.
look
So
at. Yeah.
when we come next, we'll bring samples of the frit and how it relates.
But I think your work on the scale of these elements is really, I mean, I really appreciate all the work you did to
Right.
thin things. And I don't know,
Mhm.
but I defer to Manuel on, I think that's a great comment.
Good.
All right. Any more comments or questions, commissioners? Okay, just to summarize, I would like to thank the team for your responsiveness to our comments. I think you can tell that we feel like this has come a huge way, and we very much appreciate your kind of taking in those comments and iterating accordingly. Specifically, we appreciate as you described, John, earlier, the elegance of the scaling of the facade, and that responsiveness to the context is successful here, as well as the open space you talked about, that we feel like the kind of densification of the planters so that they're more root space is really successful, and appreciate the kind of clarification of the elements on the sidewalk, the bollards, and all the security infrastructure. So thank you for that. When we see you for final, we'd like to see a relationship of more detail on the ramps and steps, as well as a little bit of information you clarified on the relationship of the granite and the poured concrete, and maybe we could see a little bit of more of a detail on that. And then finally, Manuel raised the issue of whether that area above the entry with the fritted glass could have a bit more porosity or kind of respond more to the context as well. So we asked you to take a look at that. Okay. Commissioners, anything else to add before I call it?
Well, I just want to clarify, so you don't want us to see in there, we're not allowed to look in there, in that area that Manuel was speaking to.
Yeah, porosity wasn't really what I.
Oh, I'm sorry, I
talking about. Just-
misstated.
Just the narrative of like what the image could be.
What is I think
Yeah.
if I heard you, it's like, what is that image actually
Yes.
representing? Here, it's more of what we're showing here is a very abstract, just a series of verticals.
Yeah,
You know.
and well, maybe
so
you can talk
what else
about
could it be?
what is it that you're asking them to explore specifically?
Well, I'm just saying, you see the facade, the kind of structure, the geometry is really emphasized. On the inside, you transition to kind of like images of trees. It's very welcoming. So I think this as the entrance, there's potential for it. The image of the fritted pattern,
Mhm.
could be more something
Okay.
transitional. It doesn't necessarily have to be, representational.
Mhm.
It could,
Suggesting a layering. maybe,
no,
that
I'm
we
just
would
saying,
understand what's
I'm not,
inside.
I'm not suggesting anything about the technique. I'm just saying the actual fritted pattern,
Mhm.
it can be anything. It's a graphic, right?
Correct.
And so I would just think of it narratively
Mhm.
in the structure of the building, which the architecture and the structure is doing. The inside, there's an actual literal image of trees, which fits with the
Yes.
kind of like welcoming of the interior. So, it could be
Ah,
a step further from abstraction and
Mhm.
verticality, to something more organic.
So what you're suggesting is that the fritting is deployed in such a way that for those who occupy that space on the inside, it provides more of the kind of layered experience. Is that right?
No,
No,
no, no.
no,
I'm
no.
just saying
I think
it's
the
a narrative, it's a visual narrative. The facade of the building has,
All
yeah,
right.
just think about the pattern.
Okay, fine.
Yeah.
All right, got it. So then the third thing that we asked you to look at is to think about the pattern.
I think. I
There we
understand.
go.
So,
Yeah.
Manuel,
okay.
if I can ask, this, we zoomed past this, but this is punched metal. And the idea of the whole interior is to use biophilic colors and the organic form. So here we did an abstraction of trees.
Mhm.
So what I'm asking you is not that you want trees on the outside of the building, but are you feeling that everything is too rectilinear and there may be a dialogue?
Exactly. There could be a bit of more of a transition.
Yeah.
As you enter, and
Yeah.
I think the space, but it's more of thinking about the image or.
Yeah.
So what's that right image? I don't know.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Something to think about.
I think it's a really interesting point.
I second that point, yeah, that's
Yeah.
good.
Okay,
Mhm.
all right.
Okay.
So then the point.
We got
is to finally clarify that is just to think about a more conscious approach to how you spend
Yes.
in that area.
Yes,
Right.
it can be more organic, but abstract and timeless. I think. to the outside of the building.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. With that, commissioners, do I have a motion for a vote on the preliminary approval of this project? And second on that motion? Thank you. I'll now take a roll call vote on item number 30227, preliminary review for the construction of the Bronx Detention Complex at 745 East 141st Street in the Bronx. Commissioners, when I call your name, please state your vote. Isabel Castillo. Approved. Lori Hawkinson. Approved. Bill Heinzen.
Approved.
Karen Keel. Carrie Maloney.
Approved.
Manuel Miranda.
Approve.
Jimmy Van Bramen.
Just to explain my vote, because I voted against these things in my prior life in the city council. And so when they come around like this, I just want to say a few things. One is, I really appreciate you have brought more stuff than any other team that has ever come before us, and more people. And it speaks, I think, to the seriousness with which you take the commission, which matters to me. I also want to say, within the context of what you're doing here, which is not easy, you talk about luminosity, you talk about transparency with attention and respect to those in custody and their families. Those things matter to me as well, right? So the debate about whether or not these buildings should exist took place, right? That we are past that. So we are here. And so I am going to vote yes, of course, in part because I think all of you have done as well as you can do, right? In trying to craft this facility with the humanity of all involved, right? Centered in the work. So with that, I vote yes.
Thank you for that. Okay, I also vote yes, so let the record show all are in favor of preliminary approval of this project, and the project is approved. Thank you.
Thank you. Team, we're good to go on technology? Okay, just give us a second. Our projector just decided to give up. 1 second.
We are experiencing technical difficulties with our computer. Thank you for your patience. The show will resume shortly.
Hi, everyone. We just wanted to give everyone on live stream a heads up that we're having technical difficulties that are getting sorted out, and we should be back in a few minutes. Thank you.
We are now ready to go. So thank you so much for your patience.
Okay. We'll now continue, everyone. We'll now continue with the public hearing portion of the meeting with the public hearing portion of the meeting with item number 30228, preliminary review for the reconstruction of the Queens Detention Complex located at 126-02 82nd Avenue in Kew Gardens, Queens. Per standard procedure, applicants will give their presentation, then public testimony will be heard, and then the commission will ask questions, deliberate, and vote. We'll hear in-person testimony first, followed by testimony from remote participants. Presenters, you'll have 10 minutes and you may proceed. Welcome. Thank you for your patience also.
Yeah, I'm properly nervous by now if I wasn't before. Thank you very much. Well, good morning, members of the commission, and thank you for the opportunity to be here today to present the preliminary design of the Borough-based Jails Queens facility. I'm Frank Green. I'm the lead architect from STV, the design portion of the DeMattis organization design build team. With me today is Kathy D and Tom Rowe from Michael Graves Architects and Joni Fu from Fu Wilmers. That was the hard part. So the Queens facility, as you know, is located in the very heart of Queens. It's on a unique site, a civic center site of public buildings bounded by boulevards, turnpikes, expressways, and parkways, and somewhat cut off, but with strong connections to the adjacent neighborhoods. Wow. Of Kew Gardens, Forest Hills, and Briarwood, with a really magnificent aspect into Corona Park and Flushing Meadows. So the site has incredible visibility, and the building will be quite a landmark, a visual landmark in the area from many dimensions, neighborhood scale, but also urban scale. And just quickly through these slides. By the way, we have a lot of slides, and to do it in 10 minutes, we're going to go very quickly clicking through. You know the project, you've heard it before. So one important point is that this building completes the Civic Center precinct and will reinforce pedestrian connections across the site. Very important goal. I think. Oh, so the massing is organized in 3 towers. It's the only one of the borough-based facilities with women in it. You see them here in light blue. The one change from the previous presentation is the location of the staff dining on the top floor. It's moved from the center tower to the north tower. So these are the floor plans for the building, again, with the same color coding. This is the typical diagram of a housing floor, and I think there was some confusion about this last time. We didn't have the day room spaces in the center colored in, so now I think this improves the figure ground a little bit more. Sleeping rooms and recreation spaces organized around the perimeter, day space in the center with borrowed light across the recreation yard and through the center of the cells. This is a lighting diagram that shows the intensity of light in various places. It varies across the day room, but all parts get light. This is, again, the roof plan showing the center spine with mechanical equipment, the 6 different quadrants of the building, green roofs on 2 of them. Upper right there is where the horticultural program has a green roof. Bottom left is where the staff dining has a green roof. The other roofs have photovoltaics. There we go.
Hi, thank you. As we share our advancements on the building appearance, we're starting with the slide aerial perspective, our commitment to the initial massing strategies that we have. This is the view of 126th when we last convened. Since then, we have been further investigating on site the materials of the community space and the courthouse complex. So you can see here, what we've also done is we've brought the materials physically here. So you can see on the digital image, the warm white palette with some neutral grays. Here you can see the color of the actual precast at the base, at the water table. And then these are the colors of the warm white and the silver metallic. We've also worked on the front entrance here that you'll see in later slides. So again, on 136, the change in color palette, what you'll also see is we've reduced the differentiation between the podium and the tower by focusing on the panelization. Here, the north, and here's the revised color palette. Again, you can start to see some of the development of the glazing types and the frits. And the south, similar here. We wanted to come back to the pedestrian views. We spent some time last time with you talking about the approach. So here you can see the revision to the palette. Again, the enhancement of the front facade. Again, this is from Hoover Ave, the revised palette with the actual Van Wyck traffic. Again, this is a view that we brought to you from the backside of Queensborough Hall. We brought two views here. One is a little bit closer to talk about the hierarchy of entrances. And then this is the actual pedestrian approach from 126th from Union Turnpike, where all those bus stops are. You can see the community space in the foreground. Here, this is a digital representation of the materials you have in front of you. You can see there is an extensive development of the glazing types. We have bird safe 75 feet and below, and then beyond that, we move away from the bird safe. But you can see some of the gradient patterns. Here, these are the materials that you see before you. M1, the warm white, M2, the silver metallic. Here we have this M4, and with an alternate here, we'll get to that later. And then some of the here, the outdoor rec, the enclosure, which we brought the mesh and the mock-up for later. Overall summary of progress. Here we were with the last time we spoke on the entrance. Here we brought some graphic enhancement to the front entrance, also using these mullion extensions to help provide shade and also to mitigate views down to the street. Here, that second canopy that we talked about has been revised. Another view showing the enhancement of the front entrance. Here, we just have placeholders. We are working on developing the signage across the campus. Here is a staff entrance showing that similar language, that visual key of entrance, as well as the canopy below that's a little bit lower for coverage during inclement weather. Another view close up with the materials. You can also see the way that the horizontal frit is starting to pull the different program elements together, one being louvers, and then here across the whole facade, the way that the podium blends with the tower, and the horizontals help us not only with the louvers, but also some of the horizontal bars in the secure. This is development of the maneuvering yard. Here we're working through the housing towers. We brought some exploded axonometrics to, again, explain the different layers. Here are those horizontal bars in the secure perimeter. The development of the spine, again, bringing that horizontal gradient across the spine to have some softening of the spine. Detail view. Again, we brought the rec yard with the various components and a mock-up. As a reminder, when we come back, we have two conditions in this facility, one where we have cross views, where we need to block the view, and then other exposures are towards the public realm, where we can get more light and some mitigated views. Again, just explaining the two different sides. exploded if we need to get into more of which layers and sequencing. And again, the views of that expanded mesh that goes in the public realm, you can see how it's angled towards the sky, but block views down to the street. Here's an overall, just showing again that progression. Switching to.
Okay, a quick walkthrough of interior spaces. Again, the message being one of clarity and convenience. People should feel that they're being treated with dignity and respect as they move through the front entrance lobby, which is also the release back to society lobby at the other end with a dedicated children's area. This is the staff entrance, again, an elevated kind of perception of the going to work moment. With an inside and outside and kind of an upscale treatment of the space. This is the visiting room, full wall of daylight with a place for graphics, for kind of normal interactions for people, including a dedicated space for children. A typical housing unit, double height mezzanine type housing unit with the daylight coming in through the recreation space. The windows of the cells also allow light to come into the space. Different types of seating areas with the officer in the center and the multi-purpose rooms and other types of service rooms behind the blue wall. Acoustic treatment high on the wall. This is a single-story therapeutic unit, which in addition to the officer's station has a nurse's station. This is where people obviously recover. So up on the roof is the horticultural area, which has both a greenhouse and a classroom space with the green roof outside facing east and south. And a typical sleeping room, you see the accent wall, the large window, the basic furniture, and then a frit on the window of the door of the cell to provide some privacy. Joni?
To site design and landscape architecture, still striving for the same concept, connecting to the campus greenery, and here connecting to the existing pedestrian network. And main focus in the main plaza and 126th Street, how do people come in and out? And these are different modes, different visitors and staff coming in and using different entrances. Here's the plan from June, and the most important update is probably the community passageway where we engage the garage. Around the building, it's really refinement, simplifying, and working with the architecture. And here again is the main plaza. We've put some dimensions in there, so it's a generous plaza, generous sidewalk condition. Some views of the main entrance. Here you see some of the signage. We're starting to place the signage in our views so that the directional signs are in view. Here's the view from the release exit, big open plaza, view of the sky and trees, overview of the main plaza, 126th Street going towards the main plaza, and staff entrance where you see 126th Street sloping down to the community passageway right here to your left, and staff entrance overview. Again, a signage in place and some of the streetscaping on 126th Street. Now here is the community passageway. The most important, significant design development is probably engaging the garage. We completely remove the non-compliant passageway and created a rain garden at the lower portion, which is at the top of the page, and then basically created an upper terrace and a lower terrace. The upper terrace right here is all level, so that the community space, the parking garage, and the bike entrance is all level with the staff entrance. And then this is the sloping passageway to 136th Street. Here is a better view demonstrating how that all works together, and a section and some views. This is the middle of the passageway at the lower end of the passageway. 132nd Street is the back of our building. Here we thought it's still very appropriate to have the black tree pit because the tree guard because of other black iron fence around the campus. You know, you can see some of that along 132nd Street, and there are others on Queens Boulevard. So a quick walk along 132nd Street, you see some of these pedestrian environments, and turning around to the courthouse passageway where we maximize the planting on the building side, incorporated signage, a look back towards the courthouse. And we created some, composed some sections here just to make sure everything is cohesive. All the grading and sloping conditions are worked out, and creating a park-like environment for the pedestrians. So it's a cohesive experience. The upper, middle, and lower sections of the community passageway with the water main at the bottom. This is the courthouse passageway looking towards some existing trees at the Borough Hall Park and 132nd Street, back up to the Van Wyck. And we have some site elements individually illustrated here just to make sure that they are working independently, cohesively, and all together. This is the lighting plan, signage, and some site elements mostly focused at the main plaza, landscape plan, so that there's the higher visual canopy connection, the eye level connection, and the street level connection. Refined our plant palette. And materials, really working with the architecture materials that you see here. Hardscape is mostly Parks and DOT approved materials. Walls and edging are working with the materials that you see here, and then some of the street furniture working with the architecture. And with this view from 82nd Street, we conclude our presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I will now see if we have any in-person testimony. I don't see anybody in person to sign up. Chelsea, do we have anybody signed up remotely?
We do not have anyone signed up for remote testimony. Is anyone within the Zoom room here to testify? If so, please use the raised hand feature. I don't see any hands, so we are okay to proceed. Thank you.
Thank you, commissioners. We may now move on to the discussion portion.
Okay, commissioners, who would like to begin? Questions or comments?
I just have a quick question, because you said you were gonna bring that back into the presentation, and where exactly is that going, and how prominent is that going to be?
That's the section, the lower section around the recreation spaces.
So that's a lower section, and then when it gets to a certain level or elevation, what changes?
The expanded element drops out.
The what we have in the front, and then the more linear one continues.
Can you show exactly where this is on that? Just start at the bottom, maybe just pointer. Is there like a light?
It's all the lower sections of the recreation spaces. What's basically up, this, for instance, it starts at the floor level. It starts, well, the first one, it's behind this tree.
You're behind the tree. Okay, it's behind all the trees right now.
Well, no, Laura, I mean, you can see it as we keep going up,
Right, I just wondering which first time I see that.
Yeah.
Yes,
That's why I'm trying to understand. It's very heavy. That's why I'm.
Yes.
It's right there.
Back to the. It's very heavy.
Yeah.
It's serious compared to the previous one where.
Right.
Yeah, there. Maybe if one person has a picture, then yeah, she can. I mean, you can point to the model in front of you.
Yeah, right, yeah.
There it is.
Let's see, we have. Like the elevation, that's the elevation. Like, when I'm standing on the street, I'm just trying to understand.
We're trying to understand at what level does.
Where do I see this from? Having been on the street, a person on the street, third floor, looking up, and it's 40, 60 feet up. Oh, that was good. This one? No. Oh, no, from the ground. All right, I see it. There. You should say there.
Yeah, so you can see it starting up here, right? And it's the lower portion is this assembly here where you have down where the people's eye level is, you have the visual mitigation here. And on the other side is the anti-climb. Once you go above to the higher, it gets a little bit wider and it's just an anti-attack mesh. Trying to get as much daylight into the rec yards as we can safely.
So can you point on the model where exactly that's material starts?
So on this,
Lowest floor than
on
south.
this particular elevation, it's this third floor here. So if I go back to the entrance here, you can see it, third floor and up.
But in the, I didn't get the slide number last year, but, sorry.
You want to go back to the other one?
Yeah, because this is very bleached out. I'm trying to just get a sense of the materials. Because we can't pick these up and look at them with that thing. Everything's kind of locked down right now. So that thing, which is what we were just looking, where's the thing we were just looking at?
It's right
Where'd it go,
there.
that heavy thing. I mean, it's very heavy. So it's dark, bronzy. What is that? Brown? Can it go on here? I mean, it's gonna be around one of these wide areas. Which does it sit against, like vertically? We can't, it would be nice to see these, you know, like the way you guys look at stuff, right? Like that, and then the material that's next to it, just below it.
This is,
That white.
this is, yes,
That's what all this white around.
yes, correct.
And that, and then down to the podium. The podium, what's the podium?
The podium, if you point, Tom,
That's this,
this,
that's 10.
Oh, so there's a
This is-
slide, I see, there's above that is the white and then the
This-
canopies
Correct.
that are projectors
But
bleached
this
out.
is not
You can
up
see
to
it over here a little bit more.
This is not against that.
correct,
This is against this.
correct,
That's what all this is here,
Yes,
correct?
yes.
This is all that light business. And
yes.
this, little hiding in the corner.
Yes,
That's
That's the sugar soap, that's in shadow.
Why did you go to this brownish color rather than the aluminum that would be, I mean, maybe I'm wrong, would be lighter. It's just. that
We
you
chose the
this
dark
color.
gray, yes.
Yeah.
Um,
It's gray?
yes,
very
it is,
chocolatey
it is
gray.
dark gray, yes.
Oh, it's
Warm gray.
warm.
Yeah.
Gray.
And,
Yeah. Like taupe, it's taupe.
in working with the city team, we chose the darker color because it allowed for better views, visual, views from the inside of the outdoor rec. We did study these in lighter colors and reviewed them as a team. And it was determined that the darker color gets you, better views to the outside.
But the verticals, yes, and we just saw. Aquarius. So this material here, another one,
This, yeah, the light,
no, I mean, it's jail student. So this here
yes.
is that. And so you're concerned about the inside looking out and not outside looking at it.
It's both. So if we can go back to the rec yard.
Sure.
Contrast, I think. It should not so much this.
I mean, we're thinking I'm gonna speak while you find.
Sure.
We're thinking, I'm gonna say we, because Ms. Booker's mentioned it too, are thinking, or I'm thinking, and speak for myself, the white is too white. It seems very sharp against this dark material, and I'm just concerned about that contrast, and it's always hard to look at these renderings. I know I sympathize with you guys trying to make these,
Yes.
Yes, and so that's why these are so great to see, but I can't pick it up. It's locked down, it's in a lockdown state. I can't,
Is there a reason?
we can't take it
But
out.
from the street, would this be visible?
Maybe we should stand them up.
Sorry.
I don't care. The cable is history. I mean, sorry.
Is there a reason you chose to do the lighter color above and stone gray at the podium? Like you wanted that distinction between the two?
That, yeah, this heavy thing next to it. Can we move this thing out of here? This is like not, it's inside.
Okay,
It's inside, right? Let's get this like over.
okay.
So I think that's the main thing we want. Last time we presented something that was picking up on the Borough Hall. This time we wanted to present something that was picking up on the rest of the campus, isolating the Borough Hall and the bigger, kind of the main public building on campus. Well, that's the main reason. Which way you want to go? I knew these boxes coming.
Next to the
Go over, like you can see what we're trying to do, right? We're trying to see this
together.
little collage here, this was there. Because this, you're gonna have a lot of this ivory. Whatever that is.
Sugar, French sugar, so
With that, it's very
very
sharp.
contrasty.
It's sharp differentiation. I mean, that's what I'm wondering. I think this is too light. I don't know, but we're in this, like.
Or that's too dark.
But I agree with you, Lori. I mean, even just looking at the stone gray, and I understand you don't want to repeat the same material throughout, the stone gray and the mesh speak to each other a little bit more of a family versus the sugar. So such a contrast that in another circumstance, perhaps maybe preferred, but here is highlighting the jail aspect of it. I think that's what we're reacting to. It's making you see the mesh
You guys don't think so?
when we actually want the mesh to receive.
Well, so what I heard you say is that if this color here was a little more in keeping with the color that you see on the mesh, that it may not be as contrasting. One of the things that as we work together as a team about what color the enclosure should be, what should the outside be? If you recall, we do have these louvers on the outside, so we're balancing two things. We need the louvers to 100% block the cross views, right? But if they are light colored, they will also help bounce light. So bringing light into the space while we're 100% blocking views.
So louvers, they're the ones that we see here on the top right.
Yes,
And what material are they?
they are aluminum.
Are they this?
They
That's
are
like-
this.
Oh,
They
they
are
are
this.
that.
Where are the?
Here.
The corners where the,
The returns.
yeah.
So they are angled so that you can get daylight in. It still blocks the cross views, and then you can also have reflected light off of the light colored louvers.
So can I, as someone who asked you to take that out in the first place,
Mm.
and now we've all of a sudden become experts in jails. And we take up a lot of jail projects. And we've improved to them. This feels so jail-like, in a way that some of the other projects have been able to avoid. And I appreciate the sensitivity to the view from the inside out. But having spent a lot of time at Queensborough Hall and the surrounding neighborhoods, I'm also sensitive to the views in, right, and at this structure. And I feel that screens jail in a way that, again, I think other projects have been able to avoid, faced with a lot of those very
Sure.
challenges. Obviously, they're building jails too, and I hate to, compare your project against others, but I think that's so harsh, and really, really dark. I would hope that there's another way.
Well, also, we could all learn together, right?
Is there glass in front of this?
No, it's open air.
So.
But I mean, it's a giant learning curve for everybody building a $3 billion building this size because of all these, And so as Jimmy said, we've seen these other ones and then people working with the city on this, and so one team says, I'm gonna make this light aluminum, which we just saw, and dark on the inside, and now you have the dark on the outside. So you know, we're just talking about a birthday cake here. I mean, it seems like it's trying to perform in some way, but from both sides of this, right?
Yeah.
So I would urge a lighter color here. I thought what was successful about the previous project, whether we're allowed to talk about it or not, was that it was lighter on the screen on the outside. And it had the darker on the inside, because I understand this visibility thing. And they seem to think, I mean, maybe they can talk to each other. Why not? You know, learn from each other, because if it's working there, why wouldn't it work here? Because this just seems, I agree with Jim, seems very jail-like. Also, the vertical mullions in these portions, when we come back and see the whole, it's very vertical. And I kept thinking, ooh, it screams jail. It feels very vertical because your spacing.
We're talking about.
Yeah.
Correct.
Yeah.
Mullion spacing is very tall and thin.
It's
Right?
the spacing, but it's also the contrast that
And-
highlights those mullions,
Right.
like it
And
makes
so
them more
it's like,
apparent.
Trying to hide this thing? Well, you know, we're trying, it's like a huge problem we've got here. I sympathize. It's really, really difficult. But I think maybe we should now step back and see the whole building again. So we can understand that piece.
I agree with everything Laura just said, but that also being an issue. And you guys know the site well, like there are large apartment complexes right across Queens Boulevard, right? So, yeah, so but that's not a problem. I'm saying that the height, the density is not a problem for apartment buildings all around you. Which is why I think you can and should do more to make that look less like a jail, right? The Brooklyn jail, right, built in the middle down in Brooklyn, was remarkable in the sense that it was way up and managed to not look like a jail that was dropped right in the.
You mean the Bronx?
No, the Brooklyn.
Oh, the Brooklyn one, yeah.
Which is also amongst a lot of residential.
So it's like, there are these happening almost simultaneously. These are huge projects that you would think they're not operating in the vacuum to each other. Yeah, but I understand. Yeah. So, you know, how do we learn from each other?
Two points. The place that we saw this material first was on the Bowery Museum, the Sana building, which this one,
It's not that.
it's all over the
little
building.
museum.
Yeah.
It's light, it's aluminum.
Slightly difference.
So that's where we saw the material.
But it's aluminum.
It's also a very different context.
Then
What
you
we're
can-
trying to do here is avoid the reading of jail.
I mean, the color's a fair point. I'm just saying it's a museum material.
I
Right.
love this kind of stuff, but
Right.
it's just the color. I think it's the tone, the darkness of it we're talking about.
And the contrast with the adjacent
Yeah.
colors, which is exacerbating what you're mentioning, right?
And then the second point, my second point has to do with this, so these end pieces, the verticality of those, this portion of the, I guess it's a mullion, it's a cap on a mullion, it's a terracotta cap
Yes.
on a mullion.
It's metal.
Metal cap,
Yeah, same as.
right, and you chose to accentuate the vertical.
Yes.
Yes.
We did choose.
Right.
We choose that it fits with the panelization of the building, but it was a conscious choice.
And then programmatically, the middle piece, those aren't the
Those are the
roofs,
cells.
those are not.
Those are the cells.
These are the cells.
Yeah.
No, those, excuse me, this is the,
That's-
representation to the end of the cell, right? And then the reason, so you have the wall and the wall, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, and the white part is the ivory business here, or whatever.
So-
Sugar spice.
Sugar spice.
You know, we have this.
That's a humor, right? Yeah, sorry, good.
Yeah. So there's three things that we're giving you some feedback on. And they're related, but they're not the same. One is contrast, this sugar soap to the darkness of this double screening. So that's one thing to look at, and that could be a change of the colors and material of the screening, or it could be a change of
That scale of that.
that's the second thing, which is the screen itself. There's two aspects to the screen itself. One is the color, right? And that has to work in conversation with the sugar soap or whatever you decide to do there. But the other thing is the kind of spacing of the openings. So you can look at there may be, I don't know what the requirement would be vis-a-vis visibility. But the tightness of that spacing now and the fact that it will be 40 feet above the ground, right, more expanded is, there are like sculptural versions of that out that maybe read less gel-like, and that's what we're suggesting, given how close it is to the ground. And then the third thing that Lori just brought up, which again is related, but it's not the same, is the proportion of the kind of module, right, for the whole, on the kind of verticality, the narrowness of it, and
Verticality here and
there.
here.
Yes, exactly. So it's those three things, but I think most dramatically, this being close to the ground, and also as Jimmy raises, very, very evident and visible to people's homes. It's still, and this comes a long way, and we as a commission, and I'll note this again later, we've come quite a long way. And we really appreciate the responsiveness to our comments, but we feel that this is still bringing a kind of carceral feel to this campus and to the structure that is not where it needs to be, given its residential and civic context.
I'll just add one other thing to that. I concur with all of that. As you all know, the Helen Marshall Cultural Center, right, within Borough Hall, juts out and almost is the closest to this, right? And so we in Queens love the Helen Marshall Cultural Center, and it's where we gather to celebrate lots of cultural events, and the borough president puts together lots of events. And there's a beautiful entrance and exit to that, as you know, but it is actually the closest point to this. I just wouldn't want all of those folks who come to Queens and people who live in Queens, who are there celebrating our heritage, our culture, to walk out and then, you know, we know it's a jail across the street, not even across the street, right? But I just don't want people, you know, confronted with such a jail-like looking entity, you know, in a place where people live and celebrate, enjoy, and go to the park. Yes, there's also the criminal court building and the Family Justice Center. I get it. I'm not arguing against the siting or the space, but I do think it can and should be made better and more contextual with everything that's going on there, right? Because it's not just a jail or a Family Justice Center. It's also the Borough Hall and the seat of government in Queens County with the Helen Marshall Cultural Center right next door. That's so close and so visible from each of you, right? You two are also looking at each other.
Commissioners, if we may move to the landscape piece, but then we can also come back to it. Yeah.
Here is right.
And I just find that problematic, you know, that the iconographic reading of that is problematic.
Yes.
So you know, I'm sorry if we did not mention that before, but I think could be broken down differently.
But I would also add to that, Lori, the entry, the area on top of the both entries, also the repetition of the verticals as well as that reminiscent look of jail bars. Yes.
I know we do need to move on. In closing, I want to just ask Michaela or whoever can speak for DDC a question. We have seen every one of these structures, these jails that we've seen have had to deal with the same issue of air in the recreational areas. Is DDC empowered to share the materiality from those projects with this team so that they might benefit from that research that the other teams have done?
Yes, absolutely. We can do that.
Okay, great. So then I would ask the team to work with DDC, our agency partner, to take a look at the other materials. We think some of those may offer solutions that would work well for this structure. So with that, I think I'm going to move us on to the land.
The landscape question.
And I can be very quick because I know we're tight on time.
Okay.
First of all, I want to acknowledge and appreciate all the refinement you've done on the plan. I think the plan and the proportions of planting beds are on the right track, especially the resolution around the community center. It's great. Just two things that stand out at me, just to keep evolving. One is that you have a number of different score patterns on the sidewalk that is responding to the multiplicity of building angles. In some cases, they're coming together in what could be connections that will not be built well, that will lead to cracking, especially between the community building and this building. So sometimes we don't need to do that. A simple score pattern and finding the right orientation to what is the most prevalent alignment may be sufficient, just to avoid things that just really don't end up looking great once they're built. The second thing has to do with, you're still playing a lot with security elements, planters, walls, benches. The landscape is still looking very busy. And the previous project that we just saw, the Bronx, they kind of simplified their palette between bollards and benches and planters. And I think that really helped because there was just one or two elements that kept the landscape anchored as opposed to different approaches to different areas. So I would take a second look at that, mostly not that one is preferred to the other, but when you are thinking about walking along the sidewalk, having so many different approaches may make the space look busier than it needs to be. And specifically, the benches, at least on the renderings, look a little bit unwelcoming. They look heavy, they look very upright. We ask a question about the ergonomics of them because they're feeling just not something you want to linger on, as opposed to what we want it to be, which is to create a landscape that is welcoming to visitors and people that work there. So I would take a second look at that and maybe edit down maybe the two pieces that you think are the most contributing, bollards and something else, and maybe everything else just becomes a streetscape element, not a security element. Just because their heaviness really impacts the reading of the space. Thank you.
Can you just quickly summarize your point about the scoring on the ground?
Yes, it's just the scoring right now is following the multiple angles of the buildings, creating patterns where the scoring either collides or fans out, which is becoming a little bit busy. And I would just pick one angle and just deploy it throughout.
Commissioners,
Signage, I understand it's probably at a notional state right now. But one is, I know it's not within the scope of this project, but I've said this before. I think the signage needs to feel like it has to work to make it feel like a campus in order to make it feel more civic and more welcoming. So not just your project area, but the whole campus. But I know that's not completely in your control. So that's one comment. And then another one is that as much as it can, the wayfinding, like the totems should coordinate with the external signage of the building itself. And then the third thing is that some of the sign, I have four things. The third thing is that some of the signs feel kind of heavy. I know it's probably like the start. I mean, I like some of the type on it, but the totems themselves feel a little bit heavy. And that might just be like where you are in the design right now. And then the fourth thing is some of the placements I find actually a little bit odd and maybe a little bit crowded. There's one rendering here where it looks like there's 3 signs in a kind of small space. If you go up a little bit, like there could be a secondary type where it's just like a nudging sign, like a breadcrumb sign, they call it. So you have like a main directory sign, here are the main decision points, and then here's like a smaller sign, like the ones by the planters to me feel big. Maybe those are a smaller secondary type. Yeah.
your comment about, I take your comment on the signage system functioning as a campus. Can you restate your second comment? Is that cover it broadly?
Finding as much as it can with the external signage of the building.
Oh,
So the
okay.
signage is on the building, like if it says, here's the entrance, the way that that's shown should coordinate with like when you arrive at the destination, there's a connection.
Got it. Thank you. Okay, any more comments before I summarize?
One quick question. Is there a graphic designer, your landscape, right?
There is a signage.
Great. So they'll be on that then. Be a Collective is on board as a wayfinding consultant. Okay, any more comments, commissioners, before I summarize? Okay, I'm going to summarize some conditions and propose that we take a vote on what will be an amended preliminary and interim submission as such, as amended preliminary. And the conditions are as follows. That the team review the materials of the recreation area. DDC will support them in sharing solutions from other teams. And they'll look specifically at the contrast with the sugar soap and the as well as the material itself, the screening material and the dimensions of that and scaling of the infill fenestration and mullions where the cell area is, which was Lori's point. We'd also like the team to look at in the landscape, the scoring on the ground, as Isabel described, to simplify the direction of the scoring and the landscape elements to edit them down so that there's less confusion in the landscape, a little more legibility in what the different elements are, which are decorative, which are security. And then finally, vis-a-vis the signage, we'd like to see the signage articulate a narrative around a campus as a whole, where the signage on the buildings is legible as being a part of that, a subset of the signage as a whole on the campus. So those are the things that we'll be looking for in the interim preliminary amended submission. And so with those conditions, commissioners, I would like to ask if anyone would make a motion for a vote on preliminary approval with an interim amended preliminary submission. Any motion? Thank you, Carrie. And is there a second to that motion? Okay, thank you. Okay, with that, I will now take a roll call vote, commissioners, and the roll call vote is on item number 30228, preliminary review for the reconstruction of the Queens Detention Complex, 12602 82nd Avenue, Kew Garden, Queens. Commissioners, when I call your name, please state your vote on the preliminary amended submission addressing the conditions as I have articulated them.
Sorry, Deborah, it's a preliminary approval with the condition it come back at amended preliminary.
Yes, thank you. Preliminary approval with the condition that it comes back as amended preliminary. That's what we're voting on. Okay. Isabel Casilla.
Approved.
Lori Hawkinson.
Approved.
Bill Heinzen.
Approved.
Karen Keel.
Approved.
Carrie Maloney.
Approved.
Manuel Miranda.
Approved.
And Jimmy Van Bramer.
I just want to say, this is a $3 billion project, correct? I felt, and I realized that this is early and with conditions, and I felt better about voting in favor of both the Brooklyn and the Bronx projects than I do about this one in my home borough of Queens, because I thought both of those did a much better job of taking that incredible investment and building something that was both humane and sensitive to the needs of those who were going to be within the building and their families, but that also used all of that money to construct something that the neighbors around those facilities could feel like those were meaningful civic additions to their community. And I'm sorry to say that I don't believe this building achieves that. So I will vote yes in the belief and the hope that this can be dramatically improved because the people of Queens deserve the very best and just as good as any other borough. And I would like to think that you all can get there.
Thank you, commissioners. I also vote to approve with the conditions as stated and underscore what Jimmy is saying, that I'm confident that this team will take these conditions to heart and we are available to review once you submit your interim submission. So with that, let the record show that all are in favor of approval, preliminary approval with conditions as stated, and the project is approved. Thank you all. Thank you, team.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay.
Are we live? Okay. We'll now continue with the public hearing portion of the meeting with item number 30229, preliminary review for the construction of an African burial ground memorial landscape located in the Flatbush African Burial Ground Park at Church Avenue and Bedford Avenue in Brooklyn. Per standard procedure, applicants will give their presentation, public testimony will be heard, and then the commission will ask questions, deliberate, and vote. We'll hear in-person testimony first, followed by testimony from remote participants. Presenters, you will have 10 minutes, and we welcome you to begin. Welcome.
Thank you. Good morning, Commissioners. I'm Eric Mattis. I'm the new Chief of Landscape Architecture for New York City Parks. So thank you for inviting us to present the preliminary design for the Flatbush African Burial Ground in Brooklyn. So over the last 3 years, the design team has worked very hard with community neighbor historians and elected officials to create a design that we think begins to honor those enslaved who were buried here. I would like to thank all the commissioners, especially Martin, Armstead, and Castilla, who have provided very thoughtful comments throughout this design process. Their comments have helped us to focus our design. So without further ado, I'd like to introduce Emmanuel Tingue, a now retired Parks landscape architect who has devoted many extra hours with various stakeholders to refine the design. So thanks very much.
Yes. Good morning, everyone. Morning. Well, I like working on design. So this is a great project that I've been working on. I have such a close relationship with the community. I'm very excited. That's why I'm dedicating my time to really to work on this project. It's been very fulfilling. All right. So the councilwoman, we have $4 million to do this project. Extensive community involvement, as Eric has mentioned. Now, usually at every project we have, the goals are very important. At least when I'm designing, the goal is extremely important. And in this particular case, really the historic significance of this site is of high priority. But the most important thing we look at is to really spiritually connect the community to this project, because I believe in connecting them spiritually to the project, it will have long-term usage and fulfillment for the community. The burial ground is located in an area that, strangely enough, is referred to as Little Caribbean. So which tells us that a lot of the people that are in the community, directly in the community, have very close ties to the African ancestry, as well as also have a strong belief in the ancestors, which, even to all the meetings that we've had on site, that always comes back, community ancestral aspect. Now, in terms of the neighborhood context where the project is located, there's a constant reminder of enslaved aspect, because a lot of the streets that are in the neighborhood are still named after slave owners, as well as, Lefferts Playhouse being nearby. But the strongest aspect is that if you look at the contrast where the project is located, immediately a block over, whereas this burial ground was a forgotten site, right immediately over the Dutch Reformed Church is well kept and the community is well aware of it. So that's one aspect. It's out of the flood zone. So that's an aspect. In terms of the the neighborhood, the land use, multifamily, but one important aspect is that Church Avenue is Bedford, two arterial streets. And so therefore we are likely to have a lot of people, bus up immediately there. So there's a lot of people that will have exposure to the burial ground. In terms of the site itself, currently it is basically a flat site, open landscape, a lot of invasive trees all around. There is one tree in particular, the largest tree on the burial ground is this tree right here, which we will use and speak to the design that we are proposing. As you can see, the community already, even though it's not official, they already adapted the site. They're making their own artwork. So there is a lot of community interest already involved, even though they don't have access to the burial ground. They are making up their own stories about it already. So that's an important feature. If you look at along Church Avenue, this is just to point that out. It's extremely wide, but actually the property line is actually here. So there will be an aspect when you look at the site analysis, we are going to expense the burial ground even further, even though, and then the rest of the street will still remain large, the sidewalk. So you can look and this is the burial ground site. This is the tree that I'm referring to, being the largest tree on the burial ground. And it's like organically grown out of the burial ground. Now, in terms of the documented site history, the orange area you see here, it's what's been mapped to be the official burial ground. But obviously, and the community is well aware of it, it's a much larger burial ground. When they were excavating for Church Avenue as well as Bedford, there were remains that were found. And there was a newspaper article about children playing with remains. And the burial ground itself, although currently, given the circumstances, the burial ground is defined by this green outline. And the community is basically, because you can't go back into the street realistically, this becomes the official site that people are dedicating themselves as being representation of the overall burial ground. Now, in terms of the history, another aspect, the historical aspect is very important. Brooklyn, as you know, in the late 1800s was the second largest provider of produce I think in New York City, I don't know in the region, but it was a very large producer, which means that there was a lot of enslaved labor being used, which tells us that the segregated burial ground, probably a lot of people were buried in this location, even though later there have been desecration of the site, but the fact that it used to be, the memory of it is still, we're going to integrate that into the design. This is a very important. John Gia was actually lived in the Flatbush area. He became a minister, but originally you can tell the story, and this is an important. He wrote an autobiography, and the aspect you can see what he's saying. This is a reference that we're using in the design, thinking that after I was dead, I should be at rest, and that I should go back again to my native country, Africa. This is an idea that was a lot of the enslaved thought of going back, and this will speak to the design that we are proposing. And the development timeline for the burial ground. And this really, there are two important dates, an important aspect. The building of the construction of the school, that is one major desecration that happened to the site. It's a very large school that's on a very small 0.66 acre of an area, and it has a basement. So obviously you can tell that they're in the construction process, a lot of remains were probably discarded. And obviously the community is well aware of this. And the second thing that happened too is that in 2021, when they were going to develop the site for housing, that's another aspect that the community is well aware and were offended by, is the fact that people were aware through the archaeological research that it was a burial ground, yet the housing was still proposed. And so the community banded to halt the burial ground. So that's, again, it's like desecration twice in a sense. And this was the archaeological, it was very extensive, that was conducted in the process of doing the housing development. And you can see the footprint of the school is quite large. And obviously it probably expanded beyond those edges as you're building a deep excavation. And there was also other support buildings within the burial ground. They did extensive excavation, but very few remains were found, for obvious reason, because the site, they built a school on it. So a lot of disturbance happened. But they did find a trench bone, a jawbone in one of the trenches, in the purple trench, as well as a tooth that was found. So having said that, that's representative. The fact that they did find some remain means that it's a special place, it's a sacred space in a sense. This just shows the existing condition. In terms of the site analysis, realistically speaking, we still have to deal with certain aspect of the construction of it. So any excavation that requires deep excavation, we are thinking of placing them where it's already been excavated. We want to minimize excavation outside of that footprint. There's a large existing tree that will speak to the design. We are going to use it as a caliber tree, which I will speak to in terms of the reference to it. And then we are going to be expanding the edge, gaining additional footprint for the burial ground. This is just a record showing two people that we know for a fact were buried in this burial ground. And the community has been able to gather about 300 names of inhabitants that were in the immediate area likely to be buried in that location, and I'll speak to that as well. Now for inspiration, this is a very important aspect. The door of no return is known from the Cape Coast Castle fort, where a lot of the enslaved were shipped to the United States. Is a known reference that once you pass beyond that door, you would never to come back. But it turns out, like I think recently, it has been renamed in the aspect of the diaspora coming back as the door of return. Coincidentally, as I was thinking that, I wasn't even aware of that. And as I'm doing my research, I found out they already renamed it, even though that was an idea I was thinking of making the aspect of changing this door to the door of return. So we will use it as a reference point. And the other idea, inspiration, is the wood material that a lot of the enslaved, the cabins were made of, the decks of the ships. The wood aspect is another inspiration that we would use to speak to, once I go over the design, to speak to the atrocities. The palaver tree, that big tree that I referenced, palaver tree is a tree that traditionally is used for storytelling. In my own small town where I grew up, they had a palaver tree where the community would gather to speak of events that are of that value or impact the community. The circle, representation of God, the way the community, so the circle is probably more universal, but it's something that is representation of that. And the Pan-African color. These are known as the color of Africa. The red, green, yellow, and black is a commonly known color that's a reference that's universally accepted as the colors of Africa, and we'll be using it as well. Now, when I originally started working with the community, as I'm dealing with them, it became clear that they view the burial ground differently than the traditional burial ground. They want to be in contact with the soil. They want to celebrate rather than look at it as a somber place to sort of, yes. Oh, yes, my right, thank you. So that's an important aspect that we will incorporate in the usage of the burial ground and the way people would interact with it. Now, as far as the design, it's going to be a processional space where we are telling the enslaved life story, basically. The beginning portion, basically encapsulated in a synopsis of the life, is basically the struggle and the resiliency of what's achieved. So it's like a counterbalance. We're showing the struggle, and then immediately across it, we're showing, in spite of the struggle, how the community has survived and succeeded. And from that aspect, we are going to the procession of the hard life that the enslaved had gone through. And those three words I found very powerful in the imagery that they would convey, in that the enslaved toiled, they endured, and they transfigured. And they transfigured in death in a more peaceful joining, which is something that they desired to have in their life, even though they couldn't do it in their actual life, in real life. So the palaver tree is a reference point that refers back on access to the Cape Coast Castle. Door of return is a way of referencing back symbolically, as well as spiritually connect back to the reference. I believe it's the true meaning of what you're referring to as Sankofa. This was the original design that we had sent to the Public Design Commission, and there was some comments. So we basically, I won't go through this in detail, but and then I'll go in the future. There was some criticism of certain aspect of it, and so we took that into account. Mainly the critique was on the door of return. It was felt that it was such a strong colonial presence, a replication of this, the door of return, that it was a negative representation to show the colonialism in such a strong aspect. So, and it came to, after I received that message, I did think that there was a point to be made regarding that. And so we would revise the design based on that. There was also some objection to the burial ground, the burial mound, although I clarified that the burial mound was strictly to prevent remains from escaping out of the site. So, but it wasn't truly a true burial ground, a burial mound, so which I understood the objection to the aspect as well. And the last part is the atrocities, which we had slabs with very graphic representation of the enslaved on the ground. And I did understand that to a certain aspect, I did propose it as in a way of making the shock value for people to react to it. But the objection was that it was too literal and that the shock value was not necessary, which I understood. And we basically, the revised design deals with that in a better way. I thought it was very fruitful. Commissioner Kenseth in particular made those points. I met with him separately and we had very frank discussion. And I thought he had very valid points, which allowed and also helped for the new design to flourish in a better way. So this is basically the final design, the kind of design that we're going with. If you look at the main entrance, we have that. There was suggestion that we should directly make the entrance along the path. The reason why we made it behind is that if you put the access wide where people are standing and contemplating, it kind of interferes with the flow of people that are standing to look at the accomplishment wall. It was better to have it behind and make a special place where people can stand, so that there can be a flow of traffic that happens. Circulation can happen behind it, and the interaction between the atrocities decking as well as the accomplishment can be more juxtaposed immediately next to each other. Once you leave that entrance, as you walk through, there's the path that takes you to the different stages, the tall, the endured, and the transfigured. Now, the transfigured is important because it's on access. It's basically a large space that opens up. You have majestic trees, very vertical trees that forms an outdoor space, almost making it feel like a temple in a sense, a sacred space. We have seating along the edge. The circular part is where you have the overhead structure that celebrates Pan-Africanism. This is a location, especially the way the community is going to use the burial ground when there's an event. This is you under the umbrella of the colors of Africa. And then on the ground itself, you would have these vessels with soil from the countries of origin, so that people can interact with that. Again, the country of origin, the soil coming from that is a way of looking back again. And then the last comment that I forgot to mention is that they wanted it to feel more park-like. Although we have plenty of original design just along this edge, we continued it to be a complete park so that we have additional trees along all of the outer edges so that it becomes a more complete. And I'll go in more detail in each area, how we worked it out. The fencing, obviously a 5-foot fencing along the edge, and the chain link fence we maintained on the outer edge, on the inner edge. So for the first stage, you can see the idea of using the decking, it becomes a more abstract way of relating the atrocities in that people can make a direct mental connection of that, reminiscent of where the enslaved came from. The rough wood, the distressed wood is a way of making this more abstract connection to the enslaved in terms of ships were made out of these decks. And this is the decking that I'm referring to. It's rough, and then the way the visual, the sound of walking on the deck reminds you of walking into a slave quarter. And then immediately across it, you will have the accomplishment wall. The accomplishment wall itself will be determined by the community. There'll be, while we're working at the contract drawing, we'll have community engagement that will decide which accomplishment. We want the community itself to decide what's important to them. And then we have a IR symbol, which is a symbol for resiliency and perseverance embedded into this. And this is the Eki wood that you see a sample of. It has that rustic look. I think this is a perfect look to reflect that and make that connection. Now, this is in the area where I have the 3 different stages of the tall, endurance, and transfiguration. We will have kind of a rough granite square, which is more representation of the suffering. And then once you go into transfiguration, which is a transformation, we will keep a much smoother pavement. And again, we talk about like the central space having the shade structure that's a reference. And the shade structure, by the way, is on axis. Those panels of the different colors are on axis with that same axial return to the door return. This is just the, so in terms of the shade structure itself, we are making it a tensile fabric. The reason the tensile fabric is that you'd have the color, it's a lively color in terms of how people will see it. the colors will remain vivid. This is an example of a tensile structure that I did back in 1995, that's 30 years, and it's still in pretty decent shape. We will have a PVDF coating on it, which will allow for dirt not to stick. It's UV resistant as well. And even a couple of years ago, I went there. The colors are still vibrant, the color of the green, so that will remain. Oh, sorry. The soil, the country of origin, that's really important in terms of having the soil. It's a way for the diaspora to connect. And it's also a way for the community, just like sometimes you're making a wish, the enslaved wanted to go back to their country. This is a way of, since they cannot physically go back, we are bringing the soil to them. It's a way of connecting the diaspora back to the original source. And so basically now this shown as having a glass covering, we are making them solid cover, basically with the names. And what's important is that as you are collecting and having the soil come, there's a ceremony that connects you to the original source, to the African source where it came from. It's a way for this to remain organic in a sense, rather than being static, is that it's continuous. The community involved can continue year after year, as opposed to just one static thing that happened at the initial stage. I think that's an important aspect.
I'm just mindful of time.
Okay.
Of course, we can have the dialogue after we seek the comments as well.
And then this, the wall, we do have the 300 name. I did try out to see whether the name would fit before I even worked it out, and we can get all of the names with room to spare. And we will show that at final, definitely. And also the wall will have some of the nappy footage of the origin and the habitat of the snap. And this is just showing, again, we're referring to the access along the fence. We want to have this Senkofa symbol representing at that location. We did make the correction that it will no longer have the gray pavement. It will just be regular sidewalk. It will just be lines on the ground. This is just standard the palette that we'll be using and again, the darker color stone. This is for under the paddle of a tree. And we talk about this being, we're using a lot of flowering shrubs and also leaving room in the garden for the community themselves to have space to plant their own, what they would like to plant within the community garden. So we are providing the base support. The carpan is very important in terms of creating this upward door and wall around the space. And these are just the visuals in just flip through them of what the final space will look like. Yep, that's it.
Thank you so much. We will now see if we have anybody signed up for remote testimony. Chelsea, do we have anybody signed up for remote testimony?
We do not have anyone signed up for remote testimony. Is anyone within the Zoom room here to testify? If so, please use the raise hand feature.
Sorry, I'm not sure if you were on mute.
Hi, can you hear me?
We cannot hear you, but we certainly don't have anybody signed up for in-person testimony. No, okay, and we have nobody signed up for. Great.
Hello?
Yes, now we can hear you.
Oh,
Yeah.
great. Yeah, we do not have anyone signed up for remote testimony. And I'm just asking if anyone in the Zoom room is here to testify. If so, please use the raise hand feature. I do not see any hands, so we are okay to proceed. Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay. Commissioners, who would like to begin with commentary? Isabel?
It's okay. First of all, I want to thank you for coming back. I think overall our workshops were extremely productive, and I think the layout of the space, the way you want to carry the message has come a long way. So I appreciate your continuous interest in collaboration. For me, because we've been working with you, my main comments are about details at this point, just ensuring that, again, the project continues being as successful as we want it to be. And the first comment has to do with the shade structure. When I first read it, first it's a little bit unclear to me how these elements will be tensioned at the bottom, understanding like at least the renderings show a rod at the top, but unclear at the bottom. And I know you indicated you're interested in doing more of a tensile structure where they don't move. But I live in the neighborhood And when I first saw your image, what it reminded me of are all of the Caribbean flags that are always hanging on the streets of the neighborhood, specifically around Juverde and the West Indies Parade. And I thought that was a great way to create that relationship between the African history that everybody had, whether they came to this neighborhood directly, or even the African history that a lot of people from the Caribbean had and eventually migrated to this neighborhood. So just a thought, it's more of a personal connection I made. I think the tensile structure could work just fine, but I thought there was something really nice about kind of creating also that connection to how people celebrate their cultures in the neighborhood. For the country of origin soil containers, I appreciate you revisiting the detail. I think our main concern with glass is that usually if water intrudes, it starts, it just doesn't look great. And I think this is just such an important element that we didn't want a technical matter take away from what you're trying to do. So I think moving into the solid top, it's the right direction. And the last comment or question I had was with the wood, hearing you speak about it, tell me if I'm wrong, but it seems like you want to keep it distressed.
Yes.
And are you thinking of filling any of the gaps with epoxy, or is this the overall?
I think that's the overall what we were trying to achieve, but I will say, depending on, and that's something we will have to sample and see the detail of, is that when the pieces that we have, since it's distressed wood, are joined, if it's creating like a problem in terms of leaving too big a gap, we might fill in the joint. But otherwise, if we can select pieces that are not going to interfere with that aspect, we would try to do that while trying to keep it roughness. Along.
I was just going to suggest on the High Line, we've done a lot of reclaimed wood. China, you might have access to this. And we developed a specification where, yes, if the gaps were bigger than a certain size, we would fill them with epoxy just to, one, for tripping concerns, but two, just to avoid water sitting there and in the winter, perhaps actually exacerbating the weathering of the wood.
Yeah.
So it's been a very successful specification so far, and something that you may want to play with, as you said, not everything, because we don't want it to look new. But there's just certain elements where it just becomes too big and a little bit tricky in terms of the weathering of the wood itself.
I don't know if you had a chance, because I had sent some details that shows how we intend on installing this. I had sent some detail for that, as well as the stencil fabric that you mentioned of how the tensioning would happen with pieces, with the pieces. So if you can get it, maybe you take a look at that, so how it happened, because our intent is not to, in terms of the rotting, it would be more of a floating aspect.
Yes, that I understood. And it's more about the holes. Are you working with Terramai on?
With what?
Terramai is the company that's reclaiming the
I
Eki? No?
forgot the name of the company, to be honest.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
yeah.
Oh, because they have.
But that's
we have
several
worked with
companies
Eki
that-
before.
yeah.
But anyway, if the Highline spec, I'm happy to share it. It's just been very
that'd be great.
successful in ensuring that you still have the character marks, but it just sustains the weather. So, yeah, that's it.
Anyone else? Manuel?
Kind of contextualization and research, and I hope it can like find its way into a publication, or maybe this is like a great studio for students to look at. But with that, I wonder, would there be an interpretive sign, like the standard parks interpretive sign, maybe including some of that?
Yes.
They
there
share,
would
like
be,
I like
and
the,
I didn't speak to that, but there would be some interpretive signs done, and of course, we will present those as final as well. There will be interpretive signs, yes. That's something actually the community kept insisting. In particular, somebody from that also worked on the African burial ground in Manhattan. They said that was an important aspect to have an interpretive sign.
so hopefully it finds its way onto it. Or into a small publication too.
Okay. All right. Well, first I want to say welcome, Mark, and congratulations. And I want to say, Emmanuel, if everyone were to contribute in such a meaningful way after their retirement, the world would be a better place. So this is such a beautiful act of generosity on your part. And I really want to thank you from PDC and really from all New Yorkers, and particularly from people in this neighborhood. Without you, they wouldn't understand the kind of many dimensions of this landscape, and they will now. So we've had very few comments, as Isabel said, we've worked along the way, so you already have addressed the things we came up with. You know, you'll perhaps share the spec from the High Line, the question of whether the tensile structure remains movable or as flags or not. I'm sure Emmanuel will consider. And then the signage will come in later. So with that, I'll now take a roll call vote on item number 30229, preliminary review for the construction of an African burial ground memorial landscape located in the Flatbush African Burial Ground Park at Church Avenue and Bedford Avenue in Brooklyn. Commissioners, when I call your name, please state your vote. Isabel Casilla?
Approve.
Lori Hawkinson?
Approve. Thank you. It's really very powerful.
Yeah. Bill Heinzen?
Oops.
Approve.
Karen Keel?
Approve.
Carrie Maloney?
Approved.
Manuel Miranda?
Approved.
Jimmy Van Bramer?
It's an incredible project. Thank you.
Yes.
Approve.
And I likewise approve. So let the record show that we are a majority in approving this African burial ground and landscape. And thank you once again, Emmanuel, for this beautiful work.
The whole team.
So
We're sorry, commissioners, we actually are running over a half an hour, so we're not going to take a break, but formally, if you do need to step in and out, that's okay. Yes.
This is a 5-minute break. That is an okay break. Of the meeting with item number 30230. This is preliminary review for the construction of a compost facility and education building, the Lower East Side Ecology Center, located at East River Park and the FDR Drive between Jackson Street and Cherry Street in Manhattan. Per standard procedure, applicants will give their presentation, then public testimony will be heard, and then the commission We'll ask questions, deliberate, and vote. We'll hear in-person testimony first, followed by testimony from remote participants. Presenters, you have 10 minutes to present, and welcome. Proceed.
Hello, morning, good afternoon, not sure. My name is Ania Ramirez. I'm an architect at Marvel, and I'm presenting here on behalf of Parks in the Lower East Side Ecology Center and DDC. This project, which is like the end of the East River Park Phase 1. I'm gonna try to go quickly because I was here very recently, so hopefully you have this fresh in your mind. And wanted to refine a little bit of the information we had in terms of the site. This is the current state of the site, which is kind of ready to get this project started. We have further refined, again, our findings on the project. There was an update on the topography after the changes from the construction. You can see here slight modifications. But the program of the project has not changed. We are still in hopes of connecting the park in an educational way for the process of composting. So it's clear to everyone what's happening inside. And there are moments of learning even from the periphery. Additionally, we have worked on demarcating the site in a little more of an intent way and clarify that threshold of approach as per some of your questions and advice. You can see here some of the updates. We have further defined a periphery and clarify some of the logistics on the machinery that's going to be utilized. Here, further clarification on the circulation from the public staff and the classroom, demonstration garden, and guided visits throughout the compost facility. You see here further refinement on the demonstration garden. There was some advice from the commissioners on the potential of a zone here for more educational opportunity. So what we're doing right now is like sort of like improving and maximizing having 2 classroom areas instead of just having 1. Additionally, we have worked on the sort of the roofing composition, which was a question that came up of, we're going quite quickly. So we have further defined and refined the extent of that canopy. Another question during the review was the classroom, what the function was. So we looked into more detail as to how to lay out the space and how the interaction with that kitchen space would happen. You see here, some of the entry has been more clearly demarcated. This gate would be the one that would be open at all times during opening hours, and these ones would be open at certain times for events, open house, etc. But there is a more controlled approach to the entry. You can see here how we have expanded some of the demonstration garden, and now we're including a cistern to take advantage of the whole cycle of use of resources. Here are some examples of possible use of that classroom that gives you a sense of scale. This was the previous roof, and you can see here a further developed roof. The green roof, again, in hopes of further slimming that profile and making it more elegant, we decided to focus the green roof area only on the built portion and just embrace the canopy as just a single element. We're doing the best as possible to remove anything other than the green and, well, the railing as per Parks request, but we're not contemplating to buy anything else on the roof. This previous, this is the latest. You see here we have like sort of created a more harmonious angle and bend as something that looks slimmer and more in kind to the proportion of the site. And then in terms of materials, we have gone back to the park and revisited and make sure that what we're having on site proposed is harmonious to the rest. This is a little bit of the concept of the materials, something that takes from the park and incorporates some reflection and some blue from the sky and from the waterfront. And we're using a horizontal approach to the application of them. Further refinement, and of course, this is landscape and building at once, so all the materials are coming together at once. This is an elevational section of how the materials are starting to come together. We are incorporating from before, additionally, a metal grating on the windows in order to protect them from possible vandalism. But we are trying to utilize a material that looks in kind to the fencing on the periphery of the building. In here, you can see how the gates are more now, started to be sorted out more in detail, how they operate. And in here, you're looking at the name of the facility, the John V. Lindsay East River Park. This is in coordination with Parks and with our in-house graphic designer. I'm gonna let the landscape architect.
Hi, everyone. The changes to the landscape, the majority of them Anya had sort of touched upon since the last presentation. And I can go here, the expansion of the demonstration garden was one of the things that we work with Parks and the Lower East Side Ecology Center, as well as the creation of this secondary educational space with some picnic tables that will be used in conjunction with the demonstration garden, right? So there's the two zones. There's the main educational space under the canopy, and then a secondary one that is really directly connected to the demonstration garden on this side of the building, and both of them connected through a nice, defined circulation at the front. The other changes are a little bit outside of the boundary of the compost yard, facilities per se, but still part of the site, obviously. And one is the sort of the entry plaza, or the main focal point plaza in front of the classroom. So, as part of that circulation, but you still have spaces there for people to stop and gather. This is done and articulated in a way that extends what's been doing, what the park to the north has been doing in terms of the use of stone as the edge material for potential sitting opportunities, but also to actually retain the grades on site, because we have a quite abrupt grade change from this level down to the esplanade that we have to mitigate. So here's a view of that space. We also have benches with back to also complement the fact that some of these stones can work as seating, but they don't offer opportunities for people that require a back to sit in this area and be comfortable. And we have these umbrellas that are meant to provide shade also together with the trees on day one. Lighting scheme has not changed. This is an expansion of what's in the rest of the park. And the fence that we're using is the Orso Grill fence, and that happens all the way around the site. Material furniture is similar to what we presented before, an expansion of the site. Paving, I believe that,
Well, we can speak about it while we get it.
Yeah, the idea with the paving, this is exposed aggregate paving for the main circulation areas. That is the same material, the same color as the exposed aggregate paving that's being used in the rest of the park. So we are bringing that through. And the plan shows
Hi, everyone. For those tuning in on the live stream on YouTube, we are having technical difficulties. Thank you for your patience. We'll hopefully be back in a few minutes.
We were trying to be as quick as we could.
Okay, we are ready to get started again. Chelsea, could you give me an audible? Are you okay on your end? Listen.
Okay. Yes.
Just 1 second. Yes, we're good. Okay, resuming our public hearing item. Back to you.
All right. So I was talking about the paving material strategy, and we had presented two areas, right? One that is the part of the circulation that you see here in this sort of lighter like orange color. That is basically an extension of the pavement that exposed aggregates pavement that happens in the rest of the park. And we wanted to conceptually sort of highlight then other areas of gathering within the Lower East Side Ecology Center. Our thought was, let's use a slightly larger and a slightly darker mix of the same exposed aggregate to highlight that zone. And that's what the blue is.
However,
yeah.
we've been considering, and as this project is moving quite quickly, we want to make sure and maximize the sort of the sense of wayfinding in the space. And what we think it makes more sense, looking at this now, is that we continue the aggregate type 1, where the blue areas are located, and then what's left at the actual compost yard becomes concrete in order for without exposed aggregate. The facilities, you know, it's going to be a lot of moving things around, and we think that that might work best. And then assuage some of the concerns that you pointed out in the comments of maybe that doesn't make sense. Simplify was really what we were then thinking about. And that's something we need to talk to our user and client, but it does seem like it makes a lot of sense from a cost effectiveness purpose and clarity of the design.
Yeah. Yeah, so you saw the intent here, but you know, we may revisit and we'll look happy to hear your comments on this too. The rest of the landscapes areas have not changed. You know, we are like using literally the same typologies or types of stone that are used in the rest of the park for their specific uses. So we're using them in the same way. And we are also expanding and handpicking, selecting from the large planting palette that the rest of the park has to, you know, decide what works best in this particular zone. But the planting palette will remain within the same plants that have been used already in the rest of the park. In that goes for trees and shrubs and perennials and grasses. And then it's a little bit of fun then. I'm gonna pass it to you.
Okay, so these are updated to the views, the past. Okay, this is the current design as it stands, as presented to you today. The overall view. And a little bit receded. We think this is going to be a very main traffic zone. We saw this one already with the open space in the front. And this is the vantage point from that classroom / portal. I think that's the last one.
So great. Thank you. Sorry for the interruption in the middle. We will now see if we have anybody signed up to testify. Chelsea, do we have anyone signed up to testify remotely?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, we do not have anyone signed up for remote testimony. Is anyone within the Zoom room here to testify? If so, please use the raise hand feature. I do not see any hands, so we are okay to proceed. Thank you.
I also do not see anybody in person, so we are okay to proceed.
Okay. Thank you. Isabella, would you like to start or?
Sure, I can start. I'll start first with comments that Lori left because she had to go. She had just two questions regarding the fence. The first one is what color are you envisioning for the Orsa Grill? And two, are these doors when they open, you're showing a couple of renderings that show kind of a completely open condition. Are they locked in open position? And what is the detail or how are you going to do that?
Yes, yeah.
We get that one.
Yeah, so yeah, there will be like a security, hold them in place. So they won't just move with the wind and they will remain in 90-degree position. We haven't developed the detail, but it will be on the ground. So it gets fixed. And again, this is not gonna be an everyday thing. It's gonna be only during certain times of the week, during open hours. So there will be staff from Lower Side Ecology Center in the area, ushering or like tending to the public that comes and visit at those hours. And then as for the color, we're trying to keep a palette in kind. There was a suggestion from the commissioners about the roof guardrails of being a stainless, galvanized. So we're thinking that we should be in harmony. All the metal pieces should be in harmony when it comes to fences and grills.
So those will be galvanized as well?
We haven't finalized the decision, but at this moment, yes.
And I think it makes sense for all the metals to speak to each other in a way that I guess opens up, wasn't Lori's question, but my question, opens up also the relationship with the grill on top of the concrete wall. Is that the same material and finish as the gates?
For the
fence?
grills, yes.
Those were her comments. Then on my comments, I do agree with your decision to simplify the paving palette. I think it was very subtle, but one of the things that I think is very successful about this building is that in a way it merges building with park.
Yeah.
And the outline of the different materials was creating a boundary that you're actually architecturally trying to not have. So I think the fact that the same paving from the park comes into the public areas of the building will be very successful. And I agree with the observation as well as keeping the concrete simple with the composting facilities with exposed area concrete. Sometimes it just starts degrading over time. So that makes a lot of sense. We had asked a question about the sitting in front, like on the path area. And just to elaborate a little bit, I fully understand there was a request for shade, and there was a request also for sitting that had backs for those that feel that's more comfortable and that all of this works within the park. But to clarify our comment is more that this is a really small space and there's a lot going on. And I think this rendering kind of shows that, where the relationship between the boulders and the benches and the umbrella and the picnic table all feel like a little bit of a catalog of pieces as opposed to creating a sense of space. And when you look at this area from the interior, especially thinking about moments where those gates are open, you also kind of want to have almost dissipate those boundaries between park and outdoor classroom. But the fact that the benches are giving their back to the space and that the umbrellas are in a way blocking the views you purposefully try to keep open without trees seems like a bit of a mismatch of design intent. So I'm wondering, and I don't know the details of your topography, if there's a way to perhaps open the space up a little bit more so that maybe the benches are not giving their back to the classroom, and maybe the umbrellas are again outside of your line of sight. So one, everything has a little bit more room, but two, they're not fighting each other, because I think what's really successful is the integration of the fluidity between the building and the park. And this in a way starts creating a boundary.
Yeah. I mean, there is space on, if you sort of move along the pathway to potentially expand. What I'm hearing is maybe perhaps something like this if it were to happen a little bit more to the side, then it opens more of the view in the middle. And perhaps maybe there's one or two strangled, like leftover benches there that could be removed so that the view here
more
then
open.
is more open. And so we can definitely explore shifting this to this side. And I think that will create a better relationship with the entrance and like the potential of the gates being open in specific events of the year. Yeah. And it would then move some of these umbrellas away from the view, right? So this will shift more to this side, maybe.
Yeah, Daniela, you showed an image earlier and I'm just on the same point as Bill, and then we'll go back to you. Oh, okay. You showed an image earlier of, it's part of the landscape architectural expression of East River Park to have these kind of stepped stone.
Yeah.
And I wonder if that kind of thing would kind of limit the palette of like outdoor furnishings, but also still give you a seat with the back? Like, might something like that be possible there?
Yes, we mean like use the stone itself as
Yeah.
the back.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. And so you showed it, but I don't remember where it
usually
was in the presentation.
Right here.
That, yeah, like
Right here.
something like that, because then that would kind of like drop away, so it wouldn't block the view. But if you could figure out a way to kind of grade it, that people could sort of walk onto the sitting area, that might solve all the problems.
We had explored the possibility.
Yeah.
Again, we wanted to simplify in this
Yeah,
space,
yeah,
right? Because then now all of a sudden now you have like a little bit of a need for a ramping so that, you give equal opportunity to,
Yeah.
people.
Yeah.
If someone in a wheelchair to sit right next to that, right? And though it may appear as this is a bag, like I don't think that parks will consider that a bag.
I see.
It's more amphitheater seating, so like there's space for people to put their feet in
Yeah.
front of them.
All right.
Their legs in front of them, sorry. So this is why we kind of kept it all at one level. We did use the multi-level to actually get the grades
Yeah.
that we need to achieve there, and without, making it very steep for the landscape areas, right?
Mhm.
But yeah, the sitting opportunities are sort of happening at the same level as the pavement.
Okay,
Yeah,
understood. I guess the other thing was, I was curious about, can you show the plan where we see the outdoor classroom and the entry next to it? I'm just curious about the dimension of that entry and the relationship when like in plan with the seats laid out would be helpful.
Oh, yeah, go keep going.
Yeah,
One more back.
Keep going. Okay.
you had one plan where you showed with the seats in the outdoor classroom. That
Okay.
actually it's either one. What I'm wondering is when class is in session and the public entry is open. Well, first off, what is the narrowest dimension of that public entry?
Hi, I'm Debbie. I'm with Marble also.
Oh.
We looked at that, we saw your comments, and we were thinking that to make it, right now it's about 7 feet. So it's enough for like a big double door. And we were thinking that we could move those benches that are permanent just in line with the columns so that it doesn't create an additional pinch point. Those columns are there so that the roof cantilevers, right? So we wanted to keep it close to the end of it, but not, too far away so that it doesn't get too thick with the steel. So that's.
So it's 7 feet on that narrow point between.
That's
the
right.
bench okay, and you
Yeah.
feel like that's adequate for whatever volume you're anticipating?
Yeah.
Okay.
We do. And I think we talked with the Lower East Side Ecology Center too. And so I think when they have maybe bigger things that come through, they'll probably open the other
Right.
gates to
That's
kind
true,
of
they
like
could
roll
do that.
things through.
And they won't have class chairs there because the
That's
chairs
right.
move, so,
Yeah.
okay.
That's
Yeah,
right.
and the activity is gonna happen inside, so it's just really people. There's really not gonna be anything.
Yeah.
Any materials coming in and out there.
Okay, I think. Yeah, I think that's, go ahead, please.
Fine. We could look at that. And so this is the the parks typeface then?
Yes.
Okay. All right, I just wanted to look at that. And then, so the way that it's laid out, it feels like an honorific. So I'm just wondering if that's really the intent.
I'm sorry.
An
what-
honorific signage, you know, it's like it's honoring John B. Lindsay,
Yes,
East River
That's
Park.
the name of the park, yes.
That's the park,
Mhm.
but the way that it's on the building seems like, is this, you know, in his name, the this building, or is it the entire
Good,
park?
good question. No, this is in the park, and I think that the reason why we decided to put this here is because we are seeing this building as a portal to the
Mhm.
park, and that's really where East River Park starts. With Pier 42 is the next one. It's all meant to work together, but this is really the arrival point. So we decided to honor the entry to the park from the water side and from the south, putting the name there. That's the reason.
Okay, so I might just think of like, it looks like one whole thing. It looks like, you know, this is John V. Lindsay's East River Park compost yard. So I think if there's the building identification, which is the compost yard,
Mhm,
and then there's the kind of park-wide
mhm.
identification. So I just think of like where the placements for those go and the scale, et cetera.
That's a good point. We'll definitely look into hierarchies, number one, and then see how we can capture both things in the same place, but with more intent of what is the building and what is the park.
Okay, because I don't think this park really has like an entryway sign. Not that it needs one, but I think if this place is used as it, yeah, I just consider how, you know, how is one wall, you know, a park entry sign and really feels like you're entering the park.
Mhm.
And how is one sign, you know, the building name
Yes.
or the site name, building name.
Mhm. Makes perfect sense. Yeah.
Question I forgot to ask, but this image is perfect. I'm wondering if you can speak a little bit about the use of the Orso grill on the windows on top. You mentioned they were a requirement for safety. And here's where I'm coming from a little bit. We just reviewed 2 jails. And there's just something a little bit self-similar about it. So I just want to understand the reasoning behind needing this here, and is there another potential solution that maybe is not as reminiscent as a lot of the jail architecture we're going to be seeing across the city?
Yeah, so we've been going quite quickly on this project. We want to make sure that we're not in the way of completing the whole phase of the park. And we understand that the typology of Parks Department tends to be very concerned of glass. And because we're going so quickly, typically what Parks is utilizing is this type of cane grade. I know in previous projects, we've been able to discuss in-house with Parks a different approach in different locations. So this is where we are at this moment. I do think that due to the height of this grill, there is less likelihood of the windows, I'm sorry. There's less likelihood for vandalism. There's a window component on the lower portion, you know, to allow for light, not light, but visibility towards the waterfront from inside of the facility. Which in this case, we would definitely need some more security because it's more closely to people. But in this case, as you see, this lantern effect is quite high. We can discuss this with Parks. Naturally, there has been other materials that we have utilized in the past just to create that sense of welcoming and not necessarily correlate one thing with the other.
So that's the concern, I'm sorry, is vandalism glass?
Yeah.
Being placed there?
Yeah, it just feels, if that's a concern, the glass is really high up. So I'm just curious about precedents on other projects where Parks have seen these kind of heights prone to vandalism. And is there any other approach that perhaps reinforces the lantern effect as opposed to the grill effect, which seems quite strong in this particular image, for example?
Understood. I mean, we tried to do the best we could with matching them, but currently this material and this material, while they're close to each other, they're not the same. There's different products. We're hoping to get closer to it, but there might be a slight difference, which we obviously do not prefer. And of course, pending Parks conversations, we might be able to have another pass at it, or maybe remain to this. But yeah, we We agree. This is meant to be a welcoming portal, as I was mentioning earlier, to the park. So we wanted to put his best face forward with the budget that we have.
I wonder if Eric or Sheena, if you're still here, would want to speak to that condition, which we see frequently in parks. We know there's an ongoing concern about broken glass. And maybe you could speak to solutions that you see.
So I mean, I don't know if I can. Yeah. Can you keep better?
I can. So we're speaking about the materiality between the grill at the top and the Orsa Grill fence, correct?
Well, we have the Orso Grill on the entry, which we understand. But given the height of those windows, we're wondering if they need that
The grill.
kind of grill. for
Yeah,
protection.
we could, we can touch base with our architecture team and get back to you. I think they are quite high, so maybe, I'm not sure if you're including a grill where the ones that are directly adjacent to the landscape, that we definitely want to see. I don't know about the top portions. We may not need those, so we can certainly confer with Marvel and get back to you.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Okay, any last comments from commissioners? Okay, so, who doesn't love the Lower East Side Ecology Center? It's going to be lovely. And this is a wonderful project. We talked today about shifting the opening to make sure that we have the clearer view from inside the facility. So you'll take a look at that, Yael. We're also, Manuel raised the question of the signage and thinking about the hierarchy of the name of the park versus the name of this facility. You'll take a look at that. And then, as Eric just mentioned, we're going to think about how to make the grill less carceral in this facility, which is really unnecessary, we think, at this height. So with those requests for when you return, I will now I will ask if anyone would make a motion to vote on the preliminary approval of this project. Thank you. And second? Thank you. Okay, I'll now take a roll call vote on item number 30230, preliminary review for the construction of a compost facility and education building, Lower East Side Ecology Center, located at East River Park and the FDR Drive between Jackson Street and Cherry Street in Manhattan. Commissioners, when I call your name, please state your vote. Isabel Casilla?
Approved.
Commissioner Hawkinson has stepped out, so I will go to Bill Heinzen.
Approved.
Karen Keel?
Approved.
Carrie Maloney?
Approved.
Manuel Miranda?
Approved.
Jimmy Van Bramen?
Approved.
And I also approve, so let the record show that this preliminary approval of this project is now unanimous. And congratulations on this wonderful project.
Thank you.
Yes.
Okay.
We're good, Ryu.
Rio, are we live? Okay, thank you. Okay, we'll now begin the committee meeting with conceptual review of the construction of a court building and adjacent site work for the Staten Island Family Court Complex located at 10 Hamilton Avenue and including the renovation and connection to 55 Stuyvesant Place, which was formerly the Richmond Health Center and 100 Richmond Terrace in Staten Island. We will not hear public testimony nor vote on this project per standard committee procedure. Presenters, you have 10 minutes and welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Commissioners, thank you for having us. I know it's been a long day for you today, so we'll try to make this as quick as possible. Just a quick reminder, my name is Q. I'm the Executive Director of Capital Projects at the Mayor's Office of Criminal Justice. Our agency, MOCJE, we're the lead agency for this project, coordinating with our clients, Office of Court Administration, and our sister agencies at DCAS and OMB and others. Very quick refreshment. This is a project to modernize and consolidate the currently fragmented operations of the family court in Staten Island into one facility, one complex. It's currently spread out in the civil corridor in Staten Island. And the project is planning for a 10-year 2035 program needs aligned with the requirements for safety, security, and program requirements for by our client's Office of Court Administration. My colleague Carol will dive a little deeper into that. 100 Richmond Terrace historic building will be renovated and in compliance with landmarks and his SHPO direction, as well as Commissioner just mentioned, 10 Hamilton. Over here, 10 Hamilton property would be rebuilt with a new building, and 55 Stuyvesant will be a newly renovated building, bringing all three together as part of this project. This is really quick, a project organization team that org chart that we just put together for clarity. As I mentioned, we're the lead agency. The program and project manager is being led by our colleagues at DASNY, State Department of Dormitory Authority of the State of New York. For this phase, and here we'll dive a little deeper on this part, but Mitchell Jurgula is a bridging design architect for this initial schematic design phase, developing the bridging documents that would establish the program requirements and basis of design. From there, we'll go into procuring for the design build team and the architect of record. And I'll hand it off to Annette.
Thank you, Q. Good afternoon. My name is Annette Duran, and I am the Director of Design and Construction at DASNY Downstate. So you may be familiar with design build projects in general. So there's a lot of benefits of doing a design build project. One of them is you have a single point of responsibility. You transfer the risk from ownership, which typically you have the risk when you're the owner, having to coordinate with a builder and an architect. In this case, the architect and the builder are one organization, one company, and the risk is transferred to them. They carry that responsibility. Another one is that when you do design build, you are selecting a contractor, a builder based on qualifications. So we remove the lowest bidder out of the equation, which tends to be problematic, especially in public projects. Here we're going for qualification. Who is really capable and able to build a project of this type of complexity and requirements that meets all of that, having the court experience, having a Staten Island experience, and all the intricacies and externalities that govern this project that come to the table. So there are many different types of design build. The one that we are going with is the bridging design build procurement process. So in terms of why doing bridging design, when you have a facility that is as complex as a court, and there's so many stakeholders, you really do want to make sure that you bring together all the requirements that the facility needs. So in order to do that, we need to develop bridging documents. The bridging design documents is basically a high-level schematic design documents. And what it does is it brings together all the must-haves, the items, the scope of work that is completely non-negotiable for the judges, for the different agencies that are going to be occupying this facility. This is very difficult to give just a performance spec to a design builder. It's never going to work. We need to lay it out in a way that is complete, and the design builder doesn't need to think. It's like, this is what the facility will not compromise on. This is what we're gonna go forward, and that's why we design with bridging documents. So in terms of the whole process of design build with bridging documents, we begin with a conceptual phase. What is the conceptual phase? It's basically the programming phase. This is where we're putting our ideas together. What does the facility need? What are the requirements by the different agencies? What are the requirements by the different agencies that have jurisdiction, such as New York City, DOB, and others? Upon capturing what that is, we move into the bridging document development. Now we start working on adjacencies and putting the ideas on a floor plan. So the judges and everybody, all the stakeholders could really look and see what this building could potentially look like. Once we're complete with the bridging document phase, again, which is a high-level schematic phase, we're going to the procurement phase of the design builder. And this is more or less where we are at this point, where we're moving towards. The design builder then is responsible for hiring an architect of record. That architect of record is the one that will be completing the design. So that architect of record under the design builder takes the bridging documents, the schematic design 30%, takes them to 60% and construction documents, and secure the different permits from the different agencies, New York City, DEP, and others. Upon obtaining the sign off from the agencies, then we move into the construction phase. So, but just to give you an idea on the timeline and the process where we are, I'm gonna turn it back to Q to briefly elaborate where we are.
Quick overview on our schedule and timeline. As of this point, the top blue bar is what Annette just explains. We're wrapping up the schematic bridging phase now by the end of this year, going into procurement next year. So by mid to late next year, we'll have the design build team on board that will pick up where Mr. Jurgula architects are leaving off, and that will go into developing the sort of 60 to 80% design. And after that, we'll go to final design and construction. Environmental review is currently underway and led by our colleagues at DASNY. We're aiming to wrap that up also in the next couple of months, anticipating a negative declaration there. And we are also waiting to receive our MULORP application certification for site selection, hopefully within the next couple of months from city planning, and that will kick off our ULURP clock for the rest of the next year, the first sort of 6 to 8 months of next year. Public Design Commission, I know that was a question last time of how do we integrate all this with our PDC reviews. This is what you would typically consider sort of 30% schematic design, give or take at where we are right now. From here, we'll go into design development, which will be the beginning of where the design build team will come on board. So we are anticipating to come back to you folks by sort of maybe the first quarter of 2027 for our preliminary review, get some feedback and incorporate all that hopefully, and then move into our final design probably by the end of 27. So the year of 27 is where we're sort of placeholder for our next public design engagement. And with that, our community board and public outreach, we have already had, I mentioned this last time, we've already had a briefing, introductory briefing to the community board and to the electeds about a year ago. A couple of weeks ago, we had our design briefing to the council member and for president. And we're on the agenda for this December to go to the community board, depending on our ULURP application certification, potentially January if we have to push that out. But the public outreach piece is now sort of on roll now, and we'll continue that. I'm going to hand off to my colleagues to pick up the design slides from here, and we'll come back for questions.
I think I'm wired up. Can you hear, is the speaker thing working? Is it working? Yes?
Yes, we can hear you.
You can hear? Okay, great. So I'm back with the book. So last time when we were here, you had some very specific questions and we want to address them. We understand that we're going to try to do it concisely. And if you have questions, I don't know if you want to interrupt, just ask questions or we can leave it to the end. But this is a great book and it was a great thing to go back and take a look at. And you can see I've got all my little tags in it. One of the things, this was, I'm not sure who made the suggestion or who brought it up, but it's the architect, Lori did, yeah, that's what I thought. The Architecture of Additions, Design Regulation by Paul Byard, who, interesting guy, was trained as a lawyer, went back, became an architect, practiced and did beautiful work as, as beautiful work as an architect. And was a very thoughtful designer of new buildings in relation to older ones. So it was, I think this is an important book to go back to. And I think one of the things that one of the takeaways from the book is there's not a single way to do it. And that you really need to look at each condition because each one is unique, and this solution sort of comes from what's going on at the site with the program, with whatever is happening at that particular place. And let me just also say that since we were asked to look at this, I think it's okay to say that there are 3 Mitchell Durgala projects mentioned in it. And they're all very different, but I think that there's one, the Penn Mutual in Philadelphia, also the AI headquarters in Washington, both had the historic important buildings that they were, a much bigger building was going to be added or surrounded. And in each case, they sort of step back a little bit, but the face the facade that really was closest to the historic building was pretty neutral. And it's just something, it sort of reminded me why we did what we did with the big glass facade facing south, where all the people are overlooking the old building. So enough of that, anybody that wants to borrow it. Just a quick reminder of where the site is at the end of Richmond Terrace, the end of the Civic Corridor. I will go to the next one. This is the site again in elevation. This has been, we drew this at the very beginning. It's been really instructive, both because of sort of the dignity and the solemnity of the buildings that are there, but also the importance of the topography. It's very steep topography here, and with the nature sort of up at the top. And so we're kind of dealing with both the historic building and the topography to sort of solve a singular problem. And then a reminder that there's 100 Richmond, which is the historic courthouse. There's the 55 Stuyvesant, which is the old health department building that we're including, and then 10 Hamilton, which is the new building that's housing most of the big courthouse functions, the courtrooms. Okay, there we go. Okay, so there were some questions about the program. I think maybe it was Lori that asked about it, but so how program drives the project, because this is really, as Annette said, this is a very program-driven project. These are, they're big spaces, they're complicated spaces, there's circulation, there's security, there's all kinds of things that really have to be addressed to solve the problem. In terms of how the entry is the first piece of how program drives the building. And so we have the public entry off of Richmond Terrace, very important to control the public entry, but also make it feel very welcoming and a real civic amenity. So there we are, very large lobby. Already we have to really control how people move through. You can see the lines that are taking you through, and trying to make it as human and welcoming as possible. At the next level up, this is where you start seeing the big spaces, but this is also the floor where everything connects. And it's kind of interesting. It's you see all the squiggles that there's not another floor where this happens, and it allows the old health building is more of the back office activities. In the historic building, we're having more ceremonial things, or the Safe Horizons is the children, and then the amenities that are really serving the public. The resource center is a big important thing on the second floor for the public. On the next floor up, you can see we're no longer interconnected. And this 10 Hamilton, the new building, that the arrow, that's where the public goes. That's the glass that's looking to the south that you see in our renderings, and it overlooks the old courthouse and has the view to the water, and but also, so that's the public space, and everything else is very prescribed. There's the courtrooms, there's the back of house circulation, and then there's the pathways for the judges to get into their chambers, and that's how it's all working. So, and then the typical courtroom floor, you can just see how big these spaces are. That really drives the size of the footprint and the organization of the footprint. Again, just where we're creating the amenity for the public. So there was also a question about the ensemble, and the massing and facade intent. So we getting into this, we're you brought up some really good comments, and so thank you. And I think one of them was the color of the brick for the new building, which we had talked about wanting to create a background for the historic courthouse. But the new building was a little darker than the building in the background. So we've kind of made it more similar. We've also added more texture to the facade to sort of give it more life. The building in the back does have some articulation and some expression to it. And so we thought you don't want it to make it exactly the same, but it should be similar. And then the public plaza we'll talk a little bit more about. So that's the facade. I think this line down here of the top of the plinth for the old building, and then the top edge of the canopy, I think is a real alignment for the pedestrian and for the human scale. And then as we rise up, the horizontal bands are actually a light color that will tie in with materials. So I think it looks so foreshortened to me, but that's, I guess, because I'm on an angle. Does the image look okay to everybody here? Okay, wonderful. So here you can see what we're talking about a little bit further back, and the lightening of the material. You can start to see what's happening at the ground plane, but I think we have a little bit more of that. There's also, you had asked about if you're coming from the north. So most people are really coming from the south. That's the edge of the civic district. But the articulation, the idea is that, as you know from the plan, back here, there's never the public, but we do have the punched openings anyway, which is more similar to what you can see in the residential buildings that are coming up the hill. Reminder that we're going up 25 feet from Richmond Terrace up to Stuyvesant. So there's a lot happening as we go up the hill. And then the entry and open spaces. I thought it'd be helpful to see the before and after. So I think there was discussion about, could we have more greenery? Could we soften the topography, the transition from the plaza up to the level of the old courthouse? And then can we sort of maybe weave the materials together a little bit more? So what we have done is bring recall the stacking of the stones from the old building, and then also where the steps were, and emphasize that more. That's a lighter color, the same color as the courthouse. The brick of the new building is then brought across on either side. There was discussion about this handrail. We do need a railing for safety, for OSHA, for operations, but it is now set back, and you'll see in section that there's landscape in front of it, and that it's now a tiered wall there, so that you see the greenery stepping up. Yeah, I think that's good. And then after this one, I will turn it over to Andy. But here you can see the transition. We thought it was important to get the sign out of the street. There was a comment about, should it be back further? Of course we can. I think that's it seemed like it was nice to sort of put it in the public realm, but it could go over here. It just might get in the way a bit, but we could definitely do that. We did do more planting at the center with bench around it so people can get close to it. One of your comments was to add a bench along the back, and we're cool with that. I think, it goes back and forth among the different agencies. We've heard different things about putting more benches or fewer benches. And then here you can start to see the stepping, which I think was a great comment to sort of soften that. Yeah, you know what? He is just a little bit this way. And there's probably another one, a falafel stand a little further down. Because
good question. Yeah, so, this is the big transition. I think I want to turn it over to, Andy's from, not Cannell, but was Cannell Rothschild, QRP, so, yeah, okay, so take it away. I'll give you this.
Thank you. Okay, is that better? Our purview on this was the plaza and the courtyard that you'll see later. I'm really kind of piggybacking on what Carol's given because she described the context of it. But the moves here, I know there were some comments about the slope and maintaining some reference to that. And in order to have the plaza, we needed to push the wall back, but the wall we're terracing more, so it sort of emulates the topography, but also it will reduce the apparent height of the wall, which overall it's something like 12 feet, but also it gives us the opportunity to plant underneath things to grow up on the wall and to have this kind of intermediate level where things can drape over and hang over. And then this upper level too, that things will drape, but also we can plant things in front of and behind the railing. So, and the intent really is to obscure the railing. So mostly you would see green at the top of the wall and probably less railing than you see in this, the rendering. So this is the plan. So you can see we've enlarged the areas of planting to give more soil volume for the trees. We'll have trees in the planters to provide shade. There's benches around the 3 side. Carol said they could increase to 4 sides. And so we have these planters, which are, we're trying to reach a balancing act between being wide enough for the plants to thrive, but still provide pay space in the plaza for people to sit there and enjoy the space, for queuing up, for getting in the main entry door. So I'll just quickly go through these, but these were just images that we used to show the team sort of public open spaces around the city that are in a lot of cases have less frequent maintenance which is always an issue in the public spaces, but still look lush and green and inviting to people to sit there. So here's our kind of larger shade trees in the planters. This is the height of the wall with the different levels and the plants growing up and down. We hope to have some vines on the wall and some things draping from the top. The plant materials, sort of by necessity, will be native naturalized plants or things that have less water demands and less maintenance, just so that it will stay good even without all the high volume attention to it. So you'll see, and these are just quickly views of the plaza. The entrance in here, the 2 planter seatings, the kind of rusticated center portion of the wall, which actually also refers back to the maybe in a rougher stone form of the bricks and the patterning on the building. And here's to the entrance. You can see we hope to guide it to having a lush kind of diverse planting with evergreens, things that are interest year round. Then we'll just quickly show that the courtyard is primarily has a visual function for the public. It's not publicly accessible, but there is this portion is sort of designated for the staff to use for their breaks, for their anytime that they need to go outside. There's tables and chairs in their paving area. This would be sort of a soft surface to walk around with trees again. And this is really the only public way to interact with the courtyard. So it's completely visual. We wanted to maximize the planted area. There's underground space to about here, but we have trees where we can plant them. And the intent is that this would be a mix of different kinds of textures, different kind of heights, so that it would you'd see this interest as you're looking through the window, but it's kind of filtered and screened so that you wouldn't see the staff people at the other end of the courtyard. That's the other view of it. So with that, I'll hand it back to Q, who will kind of moderate any questions.
Thank you. All right, I think we are all set with our slides. We took a little longer, apologies, but happy to take questions.
Thank you, Q. Bill, please.
Thanks very much. Improvement in on the sidewalk piece in front of the old courthouse. Can you go back? I think it's slide 22 or 23. Yeah, or 23. 23. Remind me, what is that gate on the left? Is that going to parking or is that trash? What is that?
That is the new trash compactor for the facility. We've had many complications trying to locate a functional spot for this.
Because I'm gonna say what you guys know, because you're immersed in it. It's kind of it's a drag. I mean, it kind of kills the scene because it creates this dark corner. And I know that some of that's a function of shade, but it kind of creates a dead zone in your otherwise, thought out plaza. Not that it's not thought out, but you can't really use it, I guess, because the gates are swinging in and out. Is there a way that maybe the material, does it have to be that dark?
So the location has to be there. We've gone through just.
Got it.
that
I
part.
appreciate that. I
Okay,
believe
so
you.
as far as the design, Carol,
Yeah.
you can jump in, but
Yeah.
we'll further develop the design down the road in the next phase too with the design build. Open to feedback. It doesn't have to be the material. and the
I just
color
wonder
that
if
we
it's
present.
lighter or if it somehow matches.
Yeah. I
The
think
courthouse.
It's good observation and good point. And I think that part of it is that the rendering puts this in shadow, but it's really same color. But I think this gate, it would be nice if this was sort of a more design piece. So it could feel like this either, piece of art or just something more interesting. Whether it's something in the paving, that we could extend it, I don't know really.
Does that need to be that high, that wall? I don't mean the ultimate height, but just the slope going up. Does it need to be that? What's the purpose of, it's retaining, so you need it to be,
This is a slope here and then there's a flat there.
got it.
So.
But does it?
Or as an elevated parking lot for the precinct.
Uh-huh,
So it's sort of the dividing retaining wall to the property next door.
okay. And then I had another question about so that's sort of that slope is of the wall itself is maybe what we're stuck with.
If I'm wrong, the property also next door has a slope.
Yeah.
No, I
think this
understand, I understand that. I'm just wondering, does it,
Could come down. I mean, I think it's an interesting point. If this,
it's a little.
if this was at the level of the dirt,
Yeah,
then maybe the railing could be down, you'd see less
just
wall. Is
wondering.
that what you're thinking?
Yeah, that's what I'm
Yeah, I
trying to
think
say.
that's-
Thank you.
Yeah.
And then what's the building 210? Is that the police station? The thing that looks like a mausoleum?
Yeah, this is their gym.
That's the gym, but then to the
Yeah.
left in one of the first slides.
It's the precinct building.
Yeah.
And that just has, that's just what we have with those, not that.
It goes all the way- maybe
Yes,
not.
that. Oh, that.
Well, you know what, if with the rent, but there are windows there.
There are windows. Okay, because it really.
Yeah,
looks like a
Yeah,
cemetery.
so if we go back to like that first the rendering.
But just a quick to Bill's comment over here, this is what that bigger picture looks like.
Yeah.
We can further work on this design and hash out more details depending on the feedback you folks have, but.
Yeah.
I agree with
Thank you.
Bill. I think there's great care being taken into addressing the plaza and how the plaza becomes a welcoming space, and that wall seems like we didn't think about it, but from one of the perspectives you have, especially departing the building, that is your main viewpoint. And I do think something needs to happen there that matches the rest of the articulation of the complex. But I want to go back, I support what you said. I want to go back a little bit to speak about this landscape area, because I think, Andy, you verbally mentioned all the right intentions that we had discussed before that I think will make this successful, but I don't see them in the design. And that worries me because the design needs to be resolved in a way that it works, right? And I'm gonna start through them and then we can have a dialogue about it. The first is the notion of creating these terrace gardens to be able to soften the height of the wall and also to disguise the guardrail which is needed. But the representation is not doing that. The representation is showing some grasses that are too low to hide the guardrail and some landscaping at the base, which is frankly unfortunate because it's just showing a garden of disarray exposing the wall. So I would like to think that we can carefully select the plant species to do what you're saying. Select a robust plant at the top, not a grass, because grasses have very different growth habits. You know, select something that maybe is an evergreen that can truly become a mass that hides the guardrail and grounds the building, which is what we had talked about before, something that gives it a datum. And then when we think about the cascading gardens, again, think about the relationship between plants that can be robust, hedges that can hold the datum versus plants that hang, but in a way that is clean, not unkept. It looks a little bit unkept right now. So I think when we look at this, I would love it if the rendering actually shows the type of species you're thinking, because not just about the intricacy of the species, but about their structure, their scale, their relationship to the space. You said it, but it's not here. Okay, and that to me impacts the way I read the space. Then if we can go to the section, we issued these comments, but I'm really worried that the scale of these terraces, the section, you can't really maintain this because the guardrail is splitting the top planter in half. So how do I maintain the area outside of it? Do I need to stick my hand through less than 4 inches to maintain it? On the other side. No, on the other side.
Step down.
No, not yet the step down. At that same level, the guardrail is separating,
No, but if you move it,
separating the planting bed.
if you move it back here, then.
Well, that's where I'm going
Yeah.
with this. Number one, I don't see how it's not ideal for the plants to be mitigating between the foundations of the guardrail and losing their soil, right? So you either put it in front or you put it in the back. If you put it in the back, as you suggested, then certainly the planting will hide the guardrail, but then you have a maintenance issue. You do need to jump over the guardrail at some point to maintain that, to replace a plant. You can't do it through the guardrail. So is that guardrail going to be engineered to be OSHA compliant where you can harness yourself and be able to do that? That's just a thought, right? Like where you place it really impacts what happens with maintenance. Then there comes the second level, Deborah. I don't know how you get there and how you maintain that safely. It's very narrow. How is a person going to go there with a bucket and a shovel? How do they get up there? How do they replace plants, weed the plants? You know, even if they're native and low maintenance, they still need yearly maintenance. So I'm just not sure how it works. But one potential thought is to keep the idea of stepping, is that planting bed at the bottom hold taller, more robust shrubs. And maybe that middle one becomes low enough that actually is within OSHA code, which I think is about 6 feet. I'm look it up. I don't want to be quoted on that. But there's ways in which those proportions I think could be better to ensure that it's maintainable.
One of the issues that we were trying to balance in this is that above the wall is like a secure zone, not open to the public. And so the wall has to be like not climbable. So there was a lot of concern about it being high enough that people couldn't scale the wall.
So look, another option is to not have that second tier, right? Really place do your layering with the planting material as opposed to with the wall. If that lower planting bed became wider and you have a tall evergreen tree in front of which you have a shrub, in front of which you have ground cover, you are creating your layering without actually having to build it.
Yeah.
Right? So I'm just worried about the maintainability.
No,
of
that's,
this.
I absolutely appreciate that. It's a fair comment. We are coordinating all this with DCAS team, which will be the maintaining agency. I think in the last iteration, and Carol, jump in if I'm misspeaking, I think it was a little closer to what you were just suggesting, that it was a less of a tiered. The feedback, group feedback last time was to develop more of a tiered and have a more softer transition. But I think there's a happy medium to figure out where it meets OSHA requirements. It's not climbable and court security, while we're also addressing these aesthetic and.
Exactly. And also keep in mind, tier doesn't need to be built, doesn't need to be a wall. You can
Right.
do so much with planting types to create that tier. In the interest of time, I just want to keep going. The wall in the center, I appreciate the notion that it's kind of echoing where the steps used to be, but it feels like there was a water feature there that got turned off. So I like the way you're cutting the elevation. I think if it was all the same, it would be a little bit relentless. But I'm wondering if that could be an opportunity to incorporate different kind of seating, for example, that gives that nook a reason to be. Imagine, these are all kind of long benches. Could this be a series of either movable seats or fixed individual seats with a table, just a different type of seating arrangement that demarcates that as a room or a different place to be than perhaps the others, and just makes it a little bit more intentional. And then as Bill said, I think just taking a closer look at the corner, which it's really just feels like we forgot about it. I think that would help bring it all together.
Noted, thank you.
Comments on, okay. All right, so I'll close with a few comments about the building. Can we look at one, I don't remember what number it was, but a render, there we go. That'll do. That's good. Thank you. So I'll summarize the full comments, but for now, I'm going to share what are mostly Commissioner Hawkinson's comments around the primarily having architectural expression of the facade, the materials, and the fenestration. So she was asking the team, and you started to talk about this a little bit, Carol, materials and colors that are give the building a more of a kinship with the historic courthouse. And I know you're already doing work in that direction. So, I know one of our commissioners, Commissioner Armstead, had said at the past meeting, he was suggesting brick. I think we would agree with that, but also expand to say there are many modular facade materials that could be precast, they could be limestone, they could be, it doesn't necessarily mean it's a terracotta material or a clay material. So I want to just encourage you to consider the breadth of materials and perhaps one that would suggest a closer, more intentional relationship between the historic courthouse and the current building. There are a number of buildings there, but the primary, in the back, but the primary view is this one. And so we'd ask you to consider that, as well as any kind of texturing or whatever you do to maybe have some relationship to, again, the historic courthouse. And then finally, there's particularly on that north side, here you have the large fenestration, which these big banks of glazing that I know are meant to provide views onto the historic courthouse. We were wondering if you could take a look at whether the fenestration can suggest the program, like you have courtrooms, you have all kinds of rooms, and particularly on the north side, there's a kind of evenness to it. Like maybe some of those can come together to suggest a larger room that's used for larger purposes, or, think about that relationship of program to fenestration.
So in the back, that's really the corridor, that's the circulation corridor behind.
On the
court-
north
On
side?
the north side, yeah.
So
So
the whole,
in a way, if you think of every floor plate being split in half, this is the public side of the floor plate.
so that's in essence, then what you're saying is Hamilton Ave is back of house, sort of?
More the secure part, the back of house secure part
I
for the
see.
courtrooms and the judges circulation and court officers, right? So the public corridor starts here with the elevators that they walk out and they enter each courtroom on this side only.
So Hamilton is circulation, but more
Hamilton is secure
private.
circulation.
Secure circulation. I see. Hence the smaller
Exactly.
windows.
Right, and the windows get a little smaller on that side, and Carol, jump in, please, but that's where the judges' chambers and the more secure spaces would line up in different ways, so all the windows and openings were sort of coordinated with the interior program spaces and OCA or courts.
And then
I see.
all of these spaces, which is where the court officers and the judges are, it's all in with the punched openings.
Mm, okay.
And to your comments about the materials, we're gonna pause material and color development at this point, because
Oh, I see.
Georgila's contract and scope is really for basis of design and bridging documents, but all of this will be documented. We'll pick it up when the new architect of record comes on.
So when the architect of record comes on, they will pick up again this question of like what the materials
Right.
are, what the colors are.
So when
what
we,
the kind of textural detailing, it would be all of that.
exactly, so when we come back for preliminary, we'll be sure to have addressed.
So
all
you don't
these
consider
comments.
that like part of the 30% schematic?
I think I'll have to take this back to DASNY, but I don't think this will be, because we're closing out the scope.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
one thing, and Net, the intention was, and maybe she'll jump in, but Mitchell Jorgula is intended to stay on through the next phases as advisor. So we will be involved to ensure the continuity of the design.
Correct. So there will be throughout the entire design and construction phase to ensure that all this effort that we've put in is sustained by the next team that is coming on board.
Right, but what I'm wondering is, will the next team have the freedom to, like, the renderings that Mitchell Gurjola has done suggest a certain material, a certain hue, a certain rhythm of the fenestration, particularly on Hamilton Avenue. Will those things be open to consideration by the next team?
Absolutely,
Okay,
absolutely, because this is the basis of design. So the next team is gonna take all of our feedback.
Sorry, I didn't.
I thought you wanted, you wanted the microphone. So the next team will have all of the comments that we have collectively put together, and they will develop the next phase of design, taking into account this type of feedback.
okay, so then, for example, for the fenestration on the Hamilton Avenue side, I understand that that's a secure circulation, but maybe they'll be able to think about ways to give a little bit of more architectural expression to that, which is quite visible, and at this point, it's a little under-designed. And maybe that. Yeah,
It's, so I think, it's sort of a both and sort of situation, because they will be taking it, but we will be involved. And
Which
so
is great. I'm
so
glad
I
to
think
hear
the
that.
intention, I'm trying to, yeah.
there we
The
go.
intention will sort of be there to ensure the intention, and that generally the materials, I mean, the idea we were thinking was that the materials of this building, the brick, tied into the 55 Stuyvesant and let the jewel of the courthouse stand out.
Right,
But
and
it's
there,
an
as is plain in this book, I mean, there's different strategies
Yeah.
to dealing with historic structure. I think, and I hear you on that. I think it's our, and I'm channeling Commissioner Hawkinson, but I agree with her in this case that if you're going to suggest a material relationship to another structure, we would ask that perhaps you can consider, instead of a building that is in the behind, this building, which is really kind of the jewel of this part of Richmond Terrace, and just explore, have the design team explore whether, like, they're different, right? So formally and in terms of the massing, that kind of approach, like the Louvre pyramid, like that's good, you got that, because it's different, right?
Yeah.
They're very different. But to maybe create a sort of a conversation, it would be helpful if maybe there was something that suggested that there was an intentionality in that material selection that meant to create that conversation. That's what we're suggesting.
Yeah, understood.
Yeah.
Sorry, one last note. Oh, we also haven't finalized materials with our agencies either.
Okay,
So
great.
this is all still a work in progress. So when we come back in about a year or so to present for preliminary, we'll be sure to address. all
Okay,
this.
great. And Bill, you had something?
Yeah, I'm sorry. Will Andy and his firm be involved in landscape art?
Same way we are.
Throughout, or is it,
Advisor.
but you will retain
Retaining them throughout the process, yes.
throughout the
But-
process. So you're not retaining an additional landscape
There will
architecture?
be.
Okay.
There will
Isn't
be
that,
additional.
oh.
So there'll be,
I
there'll,
know this is the world we live in, but isn't that crazy?
No, so we're advisory. Our team will be advisory. And then the design build team will be doing, so
The
we're
actual
kind of
letter.
there to ensure the intention is there as advisor, but the others will be.
I think I'm misunderstanding, but for Quinnell specifically, you're on it now. You've done this much, which is awesome. Will you and your firm remain the lead, or do we stop now and in design build when they hire an additional architect, will they hire an additional landscape architect?
To answer that, because that has to do a lot more with procurement laws in New York State.
Okay,
So given the fact that they have been working on the bridging documents, they're not allowed to be the architect or landscape architect of record on the project. They could remain on the project as advisory throughout the design and construction of the project, but they can now be the lead
Okay.
once the project begins.
the frustration is, and I think I'm feeling it now more, what my colleagues have been telling me for about a year and a half. The frustration is you're putting a lot, we're all putting a lot, the staff are putting a huge amount into reviewing this, and then there's a big change in creative and design. And
There's,
that,
I could raise
that,
question-
it's hard to be confident in kind of continuity. I know that you'll give them the comments, Q, but
we have developed a set of very high level schematic documents, right?
Mm.
Our intention is to tell the design builder, and we will, and this is where we come in. We've done most of the work for you. What you need to do is develop construction documents to go to and construct this. So we, and part of retaining them throughout the entire process is to ensure they don't deviate from all the effort that we've already put in.
I think we see that, but it's just a little bit also counter to us because this is concept. And in preliminaries where a lot of things get refined. And we're kind of skipping that process with this team and engaging with a new team that is given directive to just execute. So we just don't want there to be a misinterpretation. Like at preliminary, we may have more comments as we see the documents, and those still need to be addressed, right? That new team is not coming in and doing CDs. There's still design development to happen, unless that's happening with this team, in which case then we need that next submission from them, right? We're in between the
No,
one critical point of the
I absolutely
process.
agree.
Okay.
This is, I mentioned this last time too. This is new for us. The bridging
Yeah.
design phase is a new procurement method for us. So I do appreciate the expression of frustration, and it's good for us to hear this so we can, but DASNY MOCJ is your constant in this formula. We're PDC's eyes and ears right now to make sure the two sides are bridged together. The new design team that come in, because of procurement laws, they have to bring in their own architect of record, their own landscape record and all that. This is all being documented, and we'll be sure to make sure that it all seamlessly integrates with the other side as easily as we can. And yeah, we'll obviously check in before we come to preliminary.
Yeah,
so.
and hopefully that new team also, their contract allows for design iteration and
That's what I was-
commentary,
yeah,
right? That
yeah.
it's not so much that you're coming in, execute, because it doesn't then give us the opportunity to continue providing feedback
Right,
as
and
to
that's
advance.
our task, to figure out the happy medium of giving them
Yeah.
some creative space to further develop it, but also not deviate away too far from the parameters that we're
Yep.
establishing now.
Okay.
appreciate that. Thank you.
So
Thank
to
you.
summarize, to take up in some ways, the comments, I mean, I'm glad that Mitchell Gurjola and that Cornell Rothschild will still be involved in an advisory capacity. I think we've all now registered our concerns and questions around this bridging structure, which we understand is DASNY's practice, and that it is what it is. So I'm going to summarize a few of the things that were said today, which you all can take in, although you're no longer developing this, but perhaps you can help your colleagues in the next team follow through with these things. So first, I want to say as a general comment, there's a number of renderings that are missing that in order for us to understand the next phase, we really need to understand what it feels like to walk up to this entrance, both from the north and the south, from across the street. We'd like to see all of those because it's really, for us, it's really about the welcoming sense for the public and whether that actually exists. And there's some of that there, but yes, we need to really understand like where you're coming from, circulate in a circulation system, like where people are coming from the subway. And then we already discussed many of our comments on this plaza. We asked that you take a look at that trash gate on the left side of the plaza. And then the plant selections on the wall, also thinking about how the terracing happens. So you'll carry that forward. It either has to be OSHA compliant if you're keeping them up, or you need to get rid of it. And the plants, and as Isabel suggested, we're recommending that the plants become the vehicle for the layering as opposed to the steps, which will be hard to maintain. Look at moving the guardrail. And then also finally reconsidering the center that has a bit of a resemblance to a kind of fountain, but is not a fountain. So thinking about whether that could just be like a different seating arrangement. And then, as I mentioned earlier, with the structure itself, taking a look at the materials, the relationship of the materials in the color, both in color, rhythm, and scale to the historic courthouse. So with that, we thank you for listening to our comments, to the great deal of progress that we see has already been made. And we look forward to seeing it when you come back at the next phase with your next team, I assume. Right. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Okay. And then this is fine. One more. Yes. Okay. And Manuel's still here, which is great. Okay. Okay, great. Okay. We'll now continue the committee meeting with the conceptual review of the installation of a wayfinding and building signage system for a stadium as part of phase 2 of Willets Point, located at 126th Street, 127th Street, and Willets Point Boulevard between 38th Avenue and 35th Avenue in Corona, Queens. We will not hear public testimony nor vote on this project today per standard committee meeting procedure. The Public Design Commission reviews this signage proposal in accordance with standard procedure, which grants the Public Design Commission through its mandate in the New York City Charter. We have jurisdiction over permanent structures, landscape architecture, and art proposed on or over city-owned property, including signage proposed both within the site work and affixed to the building. Welcome, Gail, and presenters, you have 10 minutes. Yes.
Good afternoon, commissioners and attendees. I'm Gail Rothstein from EDC. Before we present, at your request, I have some brief information about the lease. The context for this application is that the stadium is a fully privately funded commercial development located adjacent to existing and established sporting facilities in Queens. The parties negotiated the lease terms against the backdrop of the commercial investment case needed to meet the expectations of the club, investors, and to have the right to sell and activate sponsor naming rights following established precedents elsewhere in the city of New York for similar sporting venues. The nature of the naming rights entitlement has been enshrined within the lease terms, with the recognition that an existing naming right partner for the stadium was already established prior to the lease agreement being executed and is recorded accordingly. As with any permanent structure on city-owned property in New York City, the lease recognizes the necessary approval by the Public Design Commission, and no part of the lease attempts to circumvent this. As you know, I submitted those sections of the lease that refer to signage to staff last week. If you have any more questions about this, we have representatives from the football club here, and Darlene Van Uden, the VP of Design Strategy from Elevate, will be presenting. Thanks.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Can you hear me okay? Okay, great. All right, so we were first intending to go through the points that were sent back to us in order that they were sent. But I think based on that lease information, it might make sense to go through the Etihad Park piece first.
Sorry, could we just pause for, yeah, this can be a common dialogue. It doesn't have to be them presenting and us talking. You had a question about what Gail just mentioned?
Yeah, I'm not, hi. I'm not sure well, but we're party to the deal, aren't we? Isn't the city party to the deal?
To the lease agreement?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so I guess I'm not sure I'm not sure I understand the statement. I missed the first, I think, sentence, but I'm not sure I understand what is the message. The message is the signage, the exterior graphics are the exterior graphics, and we don't have a say. We don't have review over them. Then what was the message?
Yes, sorry. Yeah, we understood that you had 5 issues with our latest design, and we've set out to answer those 5 issues as best we can. The point we were making in the statement was that we had a naming rights partner established before we entered into the lease. So the Etihad as the partner was already there.
Sure.
And so we had to take that into account when we did our agreement with the city. So it wasn't that it in any way circumnavigated your rights or your controls or the standard process, but this was unusual in that we had already a naming rights partner established, and a certain number of assumed rights would come with that naming rights partner, i.e. that we would be able to put the name on the building, and that in keeping with the way in which other sports facilities in New York have that right. So that's the only point we pointed out.
Is that right? When you refer to other facilities on city property, this has happened before with those where there's, yeah, like Citi Field across the street. But didn't we have more? I don't know if any of us were here. Didn't we have more review power over graphics? Not identity of sponsor, obviously, but.
Well, I think I worked on Citi Field, so I can say that I think it was a time when there was a little less focus on sponsorship because we didn't have sponsorship at the primary gates for that facility.
Yeah.
So I think it's slightly representative of a different time.
Oh.
And
Okay.
I don't remember us presenting Citi Field to the design commission at the time.
Also, also, I believe the team should probably present first and then we can opine, but as a commission and staff, the intent wasn't that the process was circumvented. It was just that the nature of the iterative back and forth felt less prevalent because there were agreements already in place in just how staff, when reviewing
there
the
wasn't
process, felt.
involvement.
There was just no involvement with the back and forth, but I'll let Deborah add.
I think we can talk about this in the context of your presentation. Let's focus on that.
Okay.
And then our primary concern with any project that involves wayfinding is clarity and public safety.
Sure.
And I'm sure you're very concerned about that too.
Yes.
So we'll be looking at that very closely.
Okay.
And then there are other things which are agreements that have been made vis-a-vis naming and the like, which we'll have perhaps less to say about, but
Okay.
we have concern and also the right to review wayfinding and clarity of wayfinding and safety.
Okay.
Yeah.
So not to open up a can of worms, but since it's sort of open. Yeah, so.
Here you go.
Thank you. So I mean, we very much, and I'm sure have lots of questions about the signage, right? And we might have questions about color or font or size and all sorts of things which are relevant. And obviously we have an expert here to guide us. But we are not questioning their fundamental right to name the stadium and have Etihad on their stadium. And I have no stock in Etihad. I'm just but I also I go to Citi Field a lot across the street and it's all over the place too. So I'm just saying that's we're not here like because I have this meeting started. We're not questioning whether or not they have the right to put Etihad on the roof of the stadium.
No, not at all.
Okay.
Absolutely, no, absolutely not.
In fact, that's the point I was trying to make. That's, that's often how projects come to us. Our purview is clarity and public safety of wayfinding and signage.
Okay. So this slide is defining the exterior signage locations and categorizing them. So naming rights partner, sponsored signage, and non-sponsored entrance signage. This speaks to some of the pieces that were previously approved by the commission that are the landmarks and art canvases and fan canvases. And then this is the overview of the wayfinding signage. So I know one of the points that was brought up was a question about the LS on this plan. So to give a quick overview, the LS elements are there as a supplemental piece to the wayfinding pylons that are defined as L, M, and D on this plan. The information that was included on L, M, and D was reviewed with a code consultant and was determined to be compliant. The addition of the LS is information applied to lighted bollards around the site that was considered to be supplemental to the information that is included on the wayfinding pylons themselves and to provide some extra assistance. So it is not required to be compliant per our understanding. Any questions?
Can you say that again, please?
So it is our understanding that the information that is included on L, M, and D, those primary wayfinding pylons, was determined to be fully compliant by the code.
Understood,
consultant.
got that part, yeah.
Okay, so then the LS bollards that you see are pretty numerous, have illumination in them, and the application of the accessible route wayfinding to those is a supplement.
So perhaps you could we just don't understand what information is included there.
Okay.
Because we only have that little drawing.
So
perhaps you
have-
can speak more about why those are deployed more numerously across and what information do they carry?
If we could skip ahead to page 82 to save a lot of flurry, there is a drawing that's been added to the package that adds size information and shows the content that is applied. Yes, thank you. And then there is some rationale that's been included on this page. So to reiterate that these aren't part of a security infrastructure, they are supplemental and they are intended to provide kind of a supplementary touch point again.
So have you sorry, go ahead, please.
Yeah. I think we should probably see the context of the whole presentation, but I think for this, one is the baller is a security object. And so to put signage or advertising on it, I think kind of takes away from its perception of what it's used for.
Mm.
And then two, is this information just duplicative of what's on the existing signs? Is it?
It's a supplement, I think,
I
to
guess-
bring
I
it.
guess- So I guess, what is it supplementing and for whom? I mean, I guess the implication with the silhouette is that it's for people in wheelchairs.
But I think it helps bring it more to specific corners.
Okay, so it's not just for people in wheelchairs.
Well, I mean, they would be the ones that are primarily looking for these passageways, I would say, but anybody that's.
I see.
So,
Okay,
so is this to indicate the accessible route? Or is the indication of the accessible route in addition to the indication of team store this way?
It's, this is intended to supplement the information to get you to the places listed below the accessible.
But it's intended to be read both by people on a wheelchair versus people walking around the complex.
Yeah,
And I think at least from my reading, one of the concerns is that this is very low.
mhm,
So the reading of a person standing, how they're able to see this,
right.
it was confusing whether this was only for people in wheelchairs or for a standing person, in which case is the height something that has been tested as being visible enough to provide the level of wayfinding
Well, I
that you're
think
seeking.
the challenge is partially working with that as a piece of infrastructure on the site, not adding something to it. But,
I guess I would just say like, are there precedents where this, the bollards have been used to indicate, a wheelchair accessible, site? It's not just putting graphics on something that it's not intended for,
right,
so I just wonder, in your wayfinding system, the kind of pylons you're using, I think would indicate, to anyone that like the signs would be legible to anyone. That, there is an accessible route.
right,
And then that would be visible because it's following kind of standard, which is generally like at least 3 feet off the ground
right,
to up to like 5, sometimes 6.
right.
And I guess I think it's strange to me that because it's lower, someone who's closer to the ground will be able to see it better. That's the only rationale I can kind of read into this. So, but this is a small piece of a larger thing, but
Right.
I just, Team Store, Ticket HQ, and Premium, I would assume are indicated on the main wayfinding signs too.
Correct.
So to me, it feels duplicative, but yeah, I guess we can see the full presentation.
Yeah. Let's do that. Let's hear your full presentation and then we can have a conversation.
Well, I think also of note, we do have members of the team that worked on this element. If you want them to add commentary here, or you want to circle back to it, because this is really sort of the piece that is most focused on the wayfinding system, the exterior.
Let's circle back because I think it's best to consider all of the wayfinding as one system.
Okay.
And so we'll have a better sense of the need for such a low signage, perhaps once you present your whole system.
Okay.
And do you have in this presentation, will you be showing us the studies that look at how people who are not in a wheelchair will be seeing that, how far they would need to be to see that?
I believe that the information that's available for that piece is included on that page, so it would be sort of surmising from the figure with the patron in the wheelchair. Okay. The next few pages then kind of gather the exterior signage, graphics, sponsorship elements, landmarks. Intend to grab those all together so that you see the relative scale of these elements to one another and to the building. Starting with the west elevation at the top and the east elevation at the bottom. These are sort of the two primary entrance elevations to the park. And then followed by the south at the top and the north, which will likely be the least visited facade of the building. Any questions on these facades?
We can hold our questions as well till you're done presenting them.
Okay. These two corner graphics really or elevations really highlight the graphics that are at video boards that anchor the corners of the park. We've included information on how the valuation is calculated by our valuation partner, Clutch, kind of support the idea of how the sponsorship, sizing, placement, and value has been reached. Supplemental information showing how Etihad has a system and two typefaces that they use for the identification of their facilities. There was some question about the typography of the word park. Initial hierarchy studies followed by how those have evolved, with a note that Etihad is the only partner that is confirmed in this system. So everything else that you're seeing has been inserted as a placeholder, but has been inserted with the intention to show you the diversity of the potential look and feel as we implement this. So trying to show that these won't all look the same. We won't use the same typeface because they will be logos of the eventual partners for all of these spaces. The other thing to note in this is that these are all at the same scale. So you're seeing the relative size for location. This is intended to create hierarchy both in value and placement and respond to the architecture. There are some concessions that have been made in terms of size and arrangement. So notably, the canopy entrances, these have all been sized so that the sponsor name is the same size at each location, as well as the entrance identification text. And then previously, this end cap had a different arrangement that has been equalized. And then I think one touch point that we'd like to make is that primarily the relationship of these items will be to be the same size and to be read through. The only instances where we are not doing that is where the architecture makes that challenging. So that would be specifically the canopies and the end caps. Sizing overview of the roof signage, as well as a rendering, and then highlighting the naming rights partner, the club, as well as the facade signs for the naming rights partner. The facade signage detail, as well as some of the other sponsorship elements. Sorry, these take a little bit to load. I think we might have missed. Apologies. So the north and south facades. These two elements will be externally illuminated rather than internally illuminated due to their proximity to residences and the hotel. You can see the lighting there at the top. Then moving into the inclusion of the naming rights partner in the exterior wayfinding system, as well as the incorporation of the naming rights partner at the doors. Any questions, or you want me to continue? Okay. So moving on to the entrances. This is the original hierarchy and rationale for sort of defining these sponsorship tiers and opportunities. This is the definition of those locations, showing them in relation to one another and how they are positioned on the building. Then we'll just run through, you'll start to just see these in context as we did the naming rights partner. So just as previously noted, these are scaled per their location and intended to then reflect the hierarchy of that opportunity and that sponsor buy-in. So we're sort of moving around the building in a counterclockwise manner. Now we're over on the west side, looking at the canopies where they appear. The adjustment from previous submissions is that we have increased the size of the entrance element, placed a spacer behind it, and that will allow those pieces to be in line and also have more equivalent presence. The height of the canopies, or sorry, the face of the canopies are different heights, which may make them seem like they are different sizes, but they're not. Then moving to the city and the community entrance, this is a location where a sponsor may or may not be implemented. If that were to occur, then the placeholder logo and this vertical rule would be removed from this location. And then transitioning into some of the elements on the west side, where because of the storefront, we are using vinyl signage to identify the ticket HQ and media entrance, as well as the east-facing entrance to City Square. Then, as you would have seen, we are showing 2 scrims that will be attached to the back of the scoreboards. One in the southeast corner, the larger one there on the left, as well as the northwest corner. These are intended to allow the club to identify and thank their Excelsior level sponsors, as noted in the graphic. Size of these elements as included in the initial presentations that defined square footages and allowances. And then moving to non-sponsored elements. So this includes the team store, club identified areas like the headquarters and staff entrance, and then the founders wall. These elements are not illuminated and feature the club's typography. And then the staff entrance is using the building typeface with vinyl applied above the doors. The founders wall element, which is positioned on the east side of the building at the top of one of the primary stairs that provides access up to the entrance level. This is directly adjacent to the supporters entrance. This item is intended to honor and recognize club members who have been with the club since the beginning. So they are founding members. It is a memorial to their membership.
So it's memorializing their contribution.
No.
Okay, got it.
Eventually.
That's partly.
Okay.
Right.
Okay, thank you.
It's 20 by 20. So then to break that down just a little bit, one of the requests is right now, I think we have about 1,650 members that are eligible for this recognition. That may change as things progress. And the idea is that we want to keep those names in a place where they can interact with it. They can find their name, they can read it, they can take a picture with it. So that is leading us to try and keep that information at 8 feet and below. So that means that we're sort of limited on the amount of this canvas that we can use for that purpose. So it means we have a pretty large portion to kind of identify the monument itself. Milo, do you want to speak to?
Yeah, I know that it's an exploration.
Oh,
Are you coming too close to the end of the presentation?
or shall we save this? Want to?
No, that's fine if you want to explain something about this. We're just, I was just wondering, go ahead and.
Sure, sure. No, I know that there was a few different explorations done with this, but ultimately this was the direction that seemed to resonate the most, that we felt strongest about as the strongest option to convey what we thought was most important to the members, which is their connection to the founding of the club, using that symbolism and wordage, as verbiage, I should say.
Okay. And Darlene, have you, is there more to the presentation?
Yeah.
Why don't you go ahead and finish it up
Yeah.
and then we'll, yeah.
So then this is a quick overview of things that have been previously reviewed, shown in the context of some of the entrance identification. So the founder's wall is part of that canvas element, which is why you're seeing again all of a sudden. And then the wayfinding signage overview, showing the materials, the locations that we looked at previously, sort of a more detailed view of the family itself. And then the rationale of these elements and the lighting that is associated with each one. Some regulatory signage that will be affixed to the exterior of the building. And that's really it. The rest are sort of supplemental renderings that we've moved to an appendix.
Okay, great. Well, I want to say, I know speaking for myself, and I suspect many of us here, we're very excited that New York will finally have a soccer stadium, a football stadium, and appreciate that the football club is bringing that to our city very much. And so our comments are, we are very much invested in the success of this facility. So with that, I will open up the field to my fellow commissioners. Any comments on Darlene's presentation?
Yeah, well, thanks for summarizing it and putting all the pieces together. You know, I think a lot of the normalization helped a lot. I think in previous versions, we'd seen things that seemed a little bit more dynamic, but I think the ordering of it helps a lot to kind of normalize the sponsorship entrances and logos.
Yeah.
If you could go to, I think it's page 36. I think that's a good example to like,
Here.
maybe is that, yeah. So I think this, for example, is a good example of like thinking about hierarchy. So the cube is like an architectural amenity. City Square is something else.
City Squares is spaced directly through.
Okay, and then the cube is containing that.
The cube is really defining the entrance with all
Okay.
of the digital infrastructure. And so that is the primary asset after the naming rights partner.
Mm-hmm.
And which is why we're sort of taking over that large fascia. And then this is probably reading a little prominent for how it will be. It will sit
Mhm.
back within the building a bit. But there's also, we are working to equalize the size of this identification as well as the wayfinding signage adjacent to it. And then there is supplemental wayfinding signage within City Square.
Okay. So I think City Square and Main Concourse, they look about even. So I think that, you know, works.
Yeah.
You know, the cube is the name of, I guess, that entryway.
Yep.
And so you know, the top, whoever sponsors it, you know, I think just how that's, you know, they need to have a horizontal name, it seems like.
Yeah.
That will be the same height as the word cube. So
Correct.
this may or may not look different. Who name for City Square also will have the same thing. And I'm also wondering about, you know, are these interior lit or are they?
Yeah.
Okay, and so are they the same color?
They
They'll
will all be white.
They'll all be white,
Yeah.
okay.
The only thing within this exterior signage that has illumination that is not white currently is the word park.
Mhm. Okay. So that was another question actually that I had about like the word park in Etihad Park. you know, I've seen different iterations of like arena, park, sometimes all the same color. And I know across the street, City Field is orange, City's white.
Yep.
But I just wonder, in this case, you know, to me, that, you know, in City Field, at least it's like the same typeface, even though they're different colors.
Right.
Whereas, you know, Etihad is such a kind of composition as a, brand name, right?
Right.
And then the park, you know, it's kind of a modifier, but it's not really the same typeface. And I understand this is like the
It's their
brand
internal
graphics.
standard.
Yeah, but I think the park in blue emphasizes that separation. So, you know, I'm just wondering what the rationale is behind separating the two, because to me, you know, I've seen it, I think in Manchester, there's an Etihad Arena, that's all one color.
Correct.
Dubai, I
Right.
think it's Dubai. I thought those looked fine.
Right. I think so. It is. Marla, I can turn it over to you if you want. Yeah.
We felt strongly that there was a good case to be made to have it in two colors because it both accentuated Etihad, but also provided art color to the exterior of the building in that key, most prominent signage of the building. So then create that relationship in that way. It's admittedly been a bit of an ongoing dialogue, but we had felt strongly that it created some separation from all the rest of the signage within the building, similar to how you see at City Field with the orange and white. And then
Right.
all the lower level signage becomes a more harmonious color set.
So kind of leaning into that color that maybe people associate with the team as a way to say that this is the place of the team. The park is about the team.
Can I just stop you
Yeah.
and say, I don't think there was strong feeling that this was something. Just to supplement this point, that if this is a sense that this committee feels that is an issue that you feel really strongly about, I think it's an area we're willing to compromise on. If it's something that you guys feel strongly to go to a single color, we're happy to do that. Our preference is to retain the option, but if you feel strongly about it, then we're willing to compromise on that.
Thank you. I would defer to you on that, Manuel. I think for us, the main things that we want to speak about still are just kind of clarity of wayfinding and hierarchy. So we'll get to more of that. But if you could give your perspective on that, Manuel, I can share mine, but I prefer to hear yours first.
Well, I mean, I think I actually didn't get that, but I think
The
that
club.
rationale makes sense that it's the
Mhm.
club, but then,
Mhm.
you know, I think that that could be expressed elsewhere in the building too. I
Mm,
think like
It will be, yeah.
the non-sponsored, you know, entrances, perhaps those are blue. You know, that color's emphasized more there as well, which maybe it seems like it is, I'm not sure, but
There
just so
can
that
be.
it's not, you know, just in one place. I actually didn't read that right away. So I think if there are places where you kind of emphasize that color in other, I know it's in the signage,
Mhm.
but say, you know, if there's the football, you know, because there's three brands, I think. There's the building, there's the Etihad, you know, sponsor, there's the
Yep.
football club. You could say that's parallel to the Mets and City Field.
Right,
And then there's just the building signage language, right?
right.
And so I think really emphasizing the clarity of each one, sponsor, football club tenants, and then building wayfinding, you know? And I think the kind of evening out the heights of everything
Mhm.
for the entrances helps a lot with that, and the kind of normalization of how the, you know, they're flush with each other, the sponsor signs and the building signage, they're flush,
Right.
they're whites, they're all kind of made in the same way. I think that goes a long way in kind of like helping to normalize. Because that clarity, I think, needs to be there.
Mhm.
You know, otherwise, you know, we don't want shopping mall feel, right? We need that
No,
kind of
right.
like clarity.
Right.
So in essence, the color of that word is what's meant to link it to the football club. That's
It's meant to be the outward projection. of the
Right, right,
club,
right.
And something that the fans identify with as like, this is our home.
Right, understood. So maybe to Manuel's point, if that can be made more clear, that makes, I also didn't read that, but now that you say it, it's like, oh, right, but it's not clear, but maybe that's part of the presentation. Maybe there are ways that you can think about emphasizing that. It's a kind of liaison between those two things, right?
I mean, we're using it in other of the graphic applications around the building. So I know, I guess we don't want it to be, if you know, you know, but that's sort of the level it's at now.
I mean, if it
Um,
were architecturally emphasized, you know, with like the football club graphic identity. say for the
Right,
entrances,
exactly.
I think it could go a long way
Yeah.
into that.
I mean, certainly this is a giant canvas for that to be expressed.
Yes.
Um,
I'd just like to add one thing on this, just because, and I confess I'm not a huge NYCFC fan, but I've been to a couple of games. I did read that, right? I do know that that's the team's color. I go the opposite. I think it's such a beautiful color, right? I love the powder blue. I think it's too unseen in your stadium, and everything is black and white, like literally. So I'm not into, you know, redesigning the color of park here. I'm just offering my perspective. I certainly get that your fans get that color, right? It is your color. I get it. I kind of like it, but so I don't have a problem with that because I think it's just all black and white from what I can see, and yet you have a really beautiful team color. That's all I'll say.
Manuel, do you want to continue or should we, do you have more comments?
We can continue. I mean, I think also thinking, the typeface too for the football club is also really distinct. So I think emphasizing the blue and the typeface, you know, with these, I think you call them non-branded spaces, but they're team specific.
Right.
You know, I think that's another way to kind of build on the equity of the blue and make sure that it's kind of red, that it's tied to the team. And then you kind of, you know, I mean, everyone gets it, orange is the Mets, right?
Right.
I would add, I think there's a bit of like I think you made the point with like City Field with the orange is a good foil in the sense that it's sort of the linkage color between the building and the club. So I think we were trying to make sure that there were ways to make sure that that's always thread through. So whether that's the exterior pylon set or the name of the building,
Like, should that be blue on the roof, for example?
the team word mark.
Yeah.
John, I think you had pointed out that that was a possibility, the team name on the roof, possibly.
We could do that. I think trying to navigate what's really important to you guys. I think our design team has done a great job. I think what we're trying to do here is our design team are really, we think, doing a great job of trying to get there. I think what we're trying to do is to make sure that we understand what's important to you. And I think your introduction today was excellent because it kind of understand what the priorities are for you. But also you guys have got a lot of experience of the city and what people understand and see. Clearly my accent tells you I don't have a understanding of that, but our team do. The question is, what can we do here that tweaks it and makes it feel more connected to the spirit of the club? And as you say, the colours of the building are they are now, because I think the design work we've done with you and the rest of the city to get this building looking as best we can with the budget that we got, trying to make sure that colour works in the right place and at the right time to accentuate, to break it up a little bit, but at the same time not to overwhelm. And there's a balance there. But we look forward to your feedback on that.
Thank you for that. Manuel, did you, before I have a question for the team on hierarchies, but before I move on to that, did you have any questions around the font spacing on the word park? I recall there may have been some question around that.
I think that was for something else.
Okay.
But I think that was a few sessions ago.
Okay,
I think
fine.
it was resolved, but.
Okay. Okay, so my question has to do with, you had talked earlier about the sponsorship size and placement and around the various entry doors.
Yep.
So my question is, if I'm looking for a particular, the doors are named, correct?
Yes.
So if I'm looking for a particular door, are the kind of wayfinding signage that's indicating this is door John and this is door Mary and this is door Tom? Are those all the same, or do those change from door to door so that I don't know what is the way? How do I know that I'm looking at wayfinding that's telling me what's a door and what's to enter and what's not?
Are you asking about the identification as it relates to this and how
Well,
that
I know that
appears
in
on
the
the
different
sign?
tiers of support,
Yep,
you get your logo next to a door, right?
yep,
Or an entrance, right?
correct, yes.
So what does the wayfinding next to those sponsored entrances look like?
The messaging on the pylons?
No, I'm
So-
talking about the wayfinding signage next to entrances.
Like the word city square next to nothing being.
Oh, they are all set in the Helvetica Now typeface, so they're presented consistently at every entrance.
That's what I was asking.
There we go.
So
Okay.
for example, like let's say there's various tiers
Yep.
of sponsorship, right? What I'm asking is the wayfinding signage associated with the different tiers the same, or does it
It's the
vary
same. No,
according
it's
to
the same. So it's always a pairing of the sponsor logo with the wayfinding typeface that's been established for the building.
But that you just gave two different answers.
No,
Because that's what the sponsorship logo is always gonna be different. The name
That's
and
right.
brands is same.
right.
That's what you're saying,
I think
right?
it's a very
Yes,
good,
this is the logo placeholder. This is the entrance identification. So this will always be consistently
What I'm
using.
saying is like, if it's, the entrance is Helvetica, it's a certain, at that entrance, it's a certain point size, right?
Mhm, mhm.
If I go to the next entrance, which is a higher level supporter, will the words that indicate which entrance it is still be Helvetica at a certain point size?
Yes,
Okay, so the end, because that was not clear to us in the earlier presentation. We understand that logos and logo size are different depending on support and just the look of the logo.
mhm.
What we're curious to know is that if I'm walking on the side of the stadium
Right.
that has many different entrances, that my eye will see that if it's Helvetica at a certain point size,
Mhm.
that's what's going to tell me what entrance I'm looking for, correct?
Right, yes.
and that,
Okay.
I think that touches on, the clarity of like, this is the language of the building.
Correct.
And circulation. But the other thing that brings up is when you look at the wayfinding sign, does it say, City Square? Or does it
Yes.
say, Staples or Cinta City Square on the wayfinding. And so there has to be that clarity established too in the naming of the wayfinding. You always know it as City Square, right?
Right,
But you always know it as Cintas or the Cinta City Square entrance.
right.
So I think, for me, I think, if it's known as City Square with the sponsor of Cintas or whatever it is, for me, I think that's better. Because, if you include the sponsor, if you actually name it the Cintas entrance, then you have to, think of how does that play out on all the wayfinding.
Yes.
And I don't think
Right.
it played out on the wayfinding. So I think your thinking is that, you're naming, the names, by their kind of whatever architectural function or whatever it is, the entrance, et cetera.
Right.
Yeah.
Let's look at the cube entrance you showed us before.
Mhm.
That's one that will maybe help with what we're talking about now.
Right.
Not that one necessarily, the one that had all the three different names. Well, that has it, yeah.
Yeah,
You had a more, well, okay, that's fine.
illustrative one.
Yeah, but that's fine. Or that's the one I was
Yeah.
looking
Yeah.
for. So like if I'm meeting friends, right, and I'm going, meet me at the cube, and then they get to the cube and they're like, okay, but this says City Square, or okay, say this says Main Concourse, like where am I? How do I know where am I?
Currently, it's gonna rely on this word.
So then what is the Main Concourse part and the who name or whoever it is, City Square? What are those things?
So identifying the cube entrance as part of this,
Okay,
identifying City Square through this passageway.
so City Square is on the other side.
No, it's just through.
The cube is the entry to City Square,
The cube is really this, whoops,
the entry threshold is not
Yes.
as an object,
Yes.
and that takes you to City Square.
it can
That's
take you
okay.
to City Square as well as the main concourse.
Is it also-
Go right, go to main
There is
concourse.
sort of, yeah, so within the cube, there is a stair and escalator system that takes you directly to the main concourse. And if you pass by that on the left, then you are in City Square.
What is City Square then?
City Square is access to the south lower bowl, but also sort of a market space that will have unique concessions in it and will be potentially open more than just during matches.
So in a way, I guess the reason we're confused here is that this signage, the way it's depicted, and maybe it's just the rendering, it seems to be saying that these spaces are three different spaces. Whereas what you're saying is you go through the cube and once you're through it, then you can choose, am I going to City Square or am I going to the
Yeah, I was
main
gonna,
concourse?
is there a rendering view that,
It is, yes.
Technically, those are kind of wayfinding signs.
Right,
They're not naming signs. Like
Right.
the brand name, brand cube, that's the identification
That's right.
of where you are.
Right.
And those inset names are their wayfinding. So
City Square still has.
Right.
exactly. So I think that's, where do you let go of the branding, the branded sort of like name
Sorry,
of, I guess you call it the architectural amenity.
was gonna say, correct me
know.
if I'm wrong, but aren't those signs are more inset, correct?
Yeah.
I think like you're seeing a very flattened view where they're not all at like the same depth of your journey into the building.
Okay.
I
So-
think if maybe we go into the renderings.
If there's there's a rendering
So,
view, I think that
like
might
85
better
or
show that
so.
it's a progression, because I struggled with this too when the first time I saw this angle.
But why do that, just to clarify, that is a naming up, so it could be Mercedes City Square.
Yes.
Right, but the main concourse sign is not a naming opportunity, at least at this point.
That's a little oblique. I think we have in the supplemental renderings, some of the initial work that was done to sort of show more clearly than the elevation can communicate. This here is going to help. So you can start to see how they relate to one another. They're not all in the same.
You don't read
plane.
them at the same time.
No.
Okay.
And so City Square is this entire space that sort of is the south end sidewalk experience. So that's why we also have multiple signs for it, is that it has multiple entrances.
Is that where your town store is, in the city
The
square?
team store, well, this passageway takes you through to here. So that's sort of the difference between before a match or during a match, how you can circulate down there. This stair here connects you from the main concourse down to the team store so that you're in the secure perimeter.
So.
Okay, I have actually, I want to ask, I have to actually leave, but I just want to ask a question. Like, this is a really good example of, I think, what we're asking about the signage and sponsorship. Now, do you feel like this is clear that this is the entrance and where you're going?
Well, I think the other thing is that generally the way that if you're coming from the 7 train, you're sort of going to be delivered directly to the mouth of the building.
I think it's really clear architecturally that this is, it's this differentiated huge cube. You go inside of this and you'll be inside of the stage. I think that's clear. And like, it's clear that on top, this place is called Etihad Park. I'm just wondering how other people feel about the hierarchy of, the flag. I think all of these elements are necessary, but the flag, the NYC symbol, the kind of graphics. I'm not saying we're going to pull back and look at each one of these, but I think this really kind of, exemplifies kind of like what our,
Yes.
questions have been. And I think the normalization of some of the, sponsorship logos, paired with the architectural amenities, I think is really important with this. But then also, I think, you can see this flag is blue, it's connecting to park.
Karen,
Maybe there are other specifically branded, club graphics or entrances, the non-sponsored club, football club entrances that are tied to the blue as well. I just think the hierarchy has to be like really tight. Yeah.
Sorry. Just say something. Sorry. I think this render doesn't help because we've got words in the cube that's actually going to be, this is a video screen of players playing football and I think the words, I think, make it harder for us because it to your point, it creates a sense of confusion. We're looking for words. Whereas I think the reality is that's a video board that's going to be showing live movement of players in football. It's hard to get that in a still image, but so I wanted to just emphasize that point.
Certainly there'll be other images, but I think the point stands, right? The point you were making. Karen, Manuel, I want to make sure you've made all the comments you have, because I know you have to leave and then we can continue.
Yes. Coming.
That's it?
I think that, yeah.
Okay, and I'll summarize your comment at the end. Okay. Karen, you had a comment.
Yeah. So I guess I'm just curious, because if I go to City Field, my ticket says enter through the Seaver Gate. So I don't have to walk all the way around the stadium when I walk inside. Or if I go to Yankee Stadium, it says enter at gate 2 or gate 4 or gate 6. How do I know what gate to go in here from my ticket? And then you didn't also show when I'm inside. What is the wayfinding inside? How do I find where I'm going inside? What does that look like? But are you going to put on the ticket, you're entering through the Mercedes Cube?
Yes.
That's what you're putting on it. And if I don't go in through the Mercedes Cube, my ticket says go through the
Supporters actually.
Target, whatever.
Yes. Or East Club or the a premium
Okay.
entrance.
Okay. And then once I'm inside,
There is
what does that look
one,
like?
I think that we did not include information on the inside because it's not part of the submission, but there is. If we go to the view that we had as a starting point, that is towards the front of the deck where we were looking at this in elevation, then there is a wayfinding sign that is visible in that view that sort of gives you the overall size that we are looking at incorporating. I think it will be further into the deck here. Very close. It's the, oh, that one doesn't.
Are you looking for an inside view? It's not necessary.
We don't have an inside view, but there is one of these elevations that has, it's the, if you go to the detailed elevation, it's 23, sorry. No, it's not. No, I swear I saw it, but there is a directional sign that is indicated in there that is sort of taking the look and feel of the pylon and rotating it. We have overhead signage within there and other means of weight. But it's all using the same typeface.
Terry, please.
Just, do you have a specific blue? Do you have a Pantone, your own? Okay.
Certainly do.
Yes, that's used, I think, on the, so, well, the two shades of blue are both from our color
Well,
palette, yeah.
everybody likes them and they look great with the black building, and I think you should really use the blue. So go with the blue heavy.
Yeah, it's meant to be an accent on all these sorts of, I wish we could find that example, but it serves as an indicator line on all the exterior pylons and the interior wayfinding.
And we're also, so we're using it on those scrim graphics. You could see it's sort of integrated into the facade at different places. And for the wayfinding, it is sort of there's an edge element, a stripe element in each of those. So it comes back.
Right.
in
If you like it,
sequence.
use it. I mean,
Right. Right. So you can see that it's used to identify the entrances. It's creating, in the monument signs, it sort of points outward.
I want to go to the wall, the recognition wall.
Okay, 65.
And I don't know if this goes to clarity or security, but I might only have one meeting left on this commission, so I'm just gonna go for it. I think it's unusual to have this, and it seems like a very large canvas dedicated to a very small and exclusive group of people. So that my general comment is to have this on what is a public building is, I think, unusual. These are not people who, for example, fought for their country or died for their country. Assuming I'm the only person who feels that way or that fight is never going to be won, I just wanted to say it. But I wonder if, like, could we bring it down? Does it really have to be 20 feet high? I mean, this is sort of seems like it's a place for selfies and photos for those people on that wall. And it just seems like we're devoting a really large piece of public facing real estate for, again, what I think is a very an exclusive group of people. So that is my comment, and my question is, does it need to be so big?
I don't know if I can speak necessarily to the scale of it, but I will say that this is the members of our club that have been with us through 10 plus 11 years now of membership, and you know, I think there's a.
It would be like having like the season ticket holders on City Field. Do we do that? Do we have a big wall where we say you've been a season ticket holder
So-
since 1964?
I think the difference, well, I think for us, the difference is that we have been investing in the city of New York for the better part of 10 years without a home of our own. And these are the fans who have been with us from day one, who have followed us to other people's venues for the past 10 years, not just within New York City, but across the country, when we played home matches in California, in Connecticut, and in other places. They have been with us. And so for us, it's really important for us that they be honored, that their loyalty be honored. They've been spending money with us, they've been traveling with us, and they have supported us. We now have a home of our own. And so this is really meant to be that thank you to them. I understand it may not resonate with a lot of people, you know, as sports fans for other teams, because you've had homes and I'm a Mets fan as well. And I know what that is like, but for these folks, it's a pretty special thing for us to have the first soccer specific stadium in New York, and they've been part of our history from the very beginning. So,
Did you consider putting it inside so it doesn't have this, but again, like a war memorial kind of feel to it?
I think, to be honest, we have such limited space. We are working with such a compressed footprint. Generally, we don't have a ton of space for a lot of the things that we need within the building, and so. This is a blank canvas and something that I think from a creative standpoint seemed for us to be the right place on the right side of the building where our supporters' entrance is as well. And so it's sort of, you know, to us made sense that it's not the most prominent side of the building. It's not the main entrance where people are coming in, but it's the back side of the building, if you will. And so it sort of, you know, seemed to us to be a perfect fitting place for the entrance for where a lot of these people will be coming in.
And what is the circle at the top? Is that like it's just a generic?
No, that is our original logo. So when they signed on as season ticket holders and founding members of the club, that is the original logo. Again, the white standing out for city because for us, it's always been, we're doing everything for the city. We're playing for the city of New York. And so that was the original logo. It means something. It means something to our founding members. It means something to our club. It means something to City Football Group. And so.
What would it mean to the public in general, though? Like, how would people know that? Most people who are not the people on that wall.
What's the name of the club? It's the name of the
Right,
team.
I mean, it's yet another,
It's not the current logos.
right, how will people know?
Well, we actually thought it was quite fitting about it, though, is that it actually is the same typography. It actually is the same typography than that's used in the building itself. So there's a nice overlap there, actually, which we thought was quite fitting.
But how would
and
people
it-
know that anything about what you're saying? How would anyone know that?
Pardon?
Yeah,
What?
can I
Oh,
just,
yeah.
I have a related comment and I might have been going where our visitor from the UK was going. So number one, I'm not, my name is not on that, but I'm pretty sure I know a couple people whose name are on that. So I get its importance to them and to the club. I guess the one question I had is when earlier in your presentation, though, you said this is sort of it, probably or mostly, but so when you said that earlier in the presentation, I was like, okay, so whatever your founding members are, there's a fixed number. Let's call it 1,200. I don't know what the, but you sort of implied that it could grow. So
No, it can't grow, it can
so-
only decrease. If they don't
why would
sign
it
up,
decrease?
because if they don't buy season tickets for the next season before the stadium opens, so they have to stay.
But that's
That's right.
different than what you, wait. So now it just got a lot more complicated. Because I thought that this was a sweet, charming way of memorializing, not in death, but in founding your 1,200 core supporters who, and I know some of your fans, they're really wacky fans. Like they love your team. And I mean that with love because I love those people. But so let's say there were 1,200 and when you first founded and you didn't have a home and you're playing games in Yankee Stadium or wherever you're playing the games, those folks signed up and you're honoring those 1,200. But what you just said is that their names staying on that wall are contingent upon them continuing to buy season tickets. Okay,
These are the founding members.
so they're, that isn't.
I
think you're confusing.
Okay.
Oh, well, what I meant was that these people will have been members from the first season to the first season in the stadium.
Correct.
But then if they stop.
No, there will be,
No, just if they do not renew between now and the first game at this stadium.
But if,
But what if one of them died? Then we're not gonna recognize them? They're not gonna buy tickets for this year.
No. I think we're getting very
To
confused.
How deep it goes.
Yeah, so, yeah,
Yeah.
because also
Let's focus
then you're
on
getting
that.
into like, how you're gonna take their names off of it, like.
No, they will be on it. They will be on it. And Milo can confirm, like,
No names will be taken off when once they're on.
Okay,
Right,
so
okay.
it's whatever that 1,200 name
Correct.
is, they're there forever.
correct,
And they're staying there and it's not being added to. No one can. 'Cause
correct.
Whoever with the 1,200.
You are the founding members. That's
They're
it.
done. All right, you're done with those folks.
Yeah.
And then the second point, I get that the logo is different, right? It is different. I didn't know that, right? And I'm a huge sports fan, again, not as much into your beloved sport, but I've been to a couple of games. I did not know that was your original logo. So I'm sure you could have some kind of explanation somewhere, right? That says, for those of you who know, you know, if you know, you know. But for those of you who don't, hey, that was our original founding logo, and these are our founding members. And I'm sure you could have some education of fans who maybe don't know as much as you are.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I
Absolutely.
think an interpretive plaque would maybe
Yeah.
bridge the gap
Right.
that's being
That
identified.
Manuel has to approve.
Sure.
Okay. I think I'd like to move us, I think unless you have more about this. Before I summarize, I think we need to revisit the bollard. Can we do that? If we could.
82, I think.
Just to clarify, because I think we might not be clear. This is a sign you're looking to apply to the security ballers that are already planned for the site. This is not a different
That's correct.
element. Why is it called lit stanchion?
I didn't write the term.
They are lit stanchions.
The security ballers are lit? All of the security ballers are lit?
The nature of the bollard is called a light stanchion for the purposes of the process we're going through with the city.
So they're actually not the standard city bollards. There's something different?
They're illuminated because they wanted to add greater functionality.
From the top? They're
Correct.
illuminated?
There's
Okay.
the light at the top of the bollard.
Huh, I don't-
But they're
I don't
not
think
full
they-
bollards, they're called light stanchions. And I think there's a reason for it. And I don't know what that reason is.
Probably just to extend the site.
That's what I'm trying to understand. Is this a separate element that's not a security element?
Right, that's the question. Is it?
They're not, they're
They're
there.
not security.
We haven't just arbitrarily decided to put a stanchion there. They serve as part of the perimeter of the building.
So then they are in fact a security element.
They are part of the building's design.
Can,
They're not.
But it says
security
they're not
infrastructure.
There was a rendering that showed the corner by the cube entry and had all the ballers. Can we go there and can you point out where would these occur? Here,
Yeah.
where would they go?
So they're identified on the corner. This may not be,
They're above, they're on the top level.
no, they're here on the perimeter.
So one of these, which we had understood as being security bollards, gets replaced with this other bollard that has a light.
I think it's always been a stanchion interspersed with the security bollards. It's not a swap. Right,
No, no, but that's
also,
exactly the question. Is it an element that is not related to the security system?
Right, is it part, that's the question. Is it part of the security system or not?
I think the easiest way to understand it is there are security bollards, lighted stanchions. And this sign is a vinyl adhesive to an existing bollard.
So we were not, we have reviewed the placement of the bollards,
Mhm.
which is part of PDC purview. It's has to do with public safety. We were not made aware that some of the bollards would not be security bollards, is what
No,
you're telling?
Every bollard is a security bollard. This is a vinyl that's attached
Okay, but
to an existing.
there's two things that are confusing to us. One, this label here that says it's not part of the security infrastructure. And second, and this is why it's important, that you're saying that it's illuminated and the bollards we approved are not illuminated.
Correct.
I misunderstood your question in the text. The word sign refers to the sticker.
Right.
When
So
you say
this-
sign, it sounds like you mean like a post with the structural sign.
You're
But
saying this.
You're saying here,
Not eliminated.
you're saying here, it's not part of the security infrastructure, but in fact, it is part
It
of the
is, it
security.
is,
infrastructure.
because of the definition of the word sign. I misunderstood what you meant by sign.
On the ball.
It's
That's right.
pasted on the bollard. So
So the question is, why have,
think-
if there's a different kind of bollard, we would need to review that. That's
It-
why people are
It is not,
raising.
it is the same one that's being,
but then the ones we reviewed and approved did not have lights integrated in them.
Yeah,
you know what? That wasn't part of that.
But for the signs.
Well, regardless
for
of
the
this, and
sign,
we can
'cause-
clarify this looking back at the record. One question I would have is, the bollards are round, what are they, like 9.5 inches?
so
Have you tested the scale of that to see if it reads on the round profile of the bollard?
I would have to ask the,
you know what? I think we can make this much simpler. We just don't approve signs on security bollards.
Okay.
It's as a matter of security. So if you want to make the case that these are not security bollards, but a lower new kind of signage, then you can make the case in the next presentation, but we don't approve signs on security bollards.
understood.
That's just the bottom line on that. Yeah, so I think I can summarize unless others have one more comment. Okay, I think can we go back to the main cube with which I understand the gentleman explained, there's that. Let's look at the one that's more straight on to the cube. Okay, that's helpful. So you talked about the fact that the wayfinding signage will all be Helvetica of one size or another, right?
Mhm.
Does that include this cube and the main concourse and the city square signage as well? Is that also the same font, just larger?
That's right.
Okay, great. So I think we are keen to understand the next time you come back to us with like a great deal of specificity, like you can see, and this, again, this image is telling, like if I'm coming there and Karen raised this as well, am I saying I'm meeting you at Mercedes because it's Mercedes Cube, or am I meeting you at the Cube? Am I meeting you at brand name or what's name, or I'm meeting you at city, what is it, concourse? Is it city concourse?
Main concourse.
City concourse. Am I meeting you at name or am I meeting you at city concourse? And if I'm meeting you at city concourse, am I meeting which side and what entrance? So I know you're still working through this and we understand that there's, a process of developing and working with the sponsors. But we're very keen to understand and to ensure that when you're moving around and through this place from the outside, that it's absolutely clear where you need to go from the name and that the logos can be there, but that there's not confusion. Like I won't be running around going, she said, meet me at Mercedes. And I just like, don't know where this person is or whatever. It's your job to make it clear. And I know you've been hired for that purpose, that when I'm navigating this place, I understand that it's Helvetica and it's going to be big or small, but that's what I'm looking for. And then sponsors will come and go, and that's great. Their name's going to be big or small, depending on what level. But we always have to understand as a matter of public safety, where am I?
Right.
That.
Which I think, so it's multiple components working to do that. So I think the scale of this entrance is going to draw many people towards it.
Absolutely. I mean, you will have days when the volume of people here will be extremely high, right?
Perhaps
Be-
80%.
Right. So that's why we're very keen to make sure that there's not confusion about movement around it and into it.
So I think that this entrance has the ability to serve the majority of the fans that will be.
So we'll be
attending
like
that.
your sorting spot, basically.
Yeah, and also that it is a very quick and easy route to the main concourse, that everyone circulates up or down from that point for the seating. It's going to be out here at the top of these stairs. So what's not included in this rendering is sort of the fencing and that security infrastructure that you will pass through and then enter into the space.
So when you come back, because the next step I know is preliminary, and I imagine that your team is keen to get there. we're going to require that really you show us with more clarity than we've seen here, how I, as a fan who's never been to this place before, and even a user journey would be helpful in this instance, and I think you can make that.
Yep.
To really show us through renderings and through circulation diagrams, like how my user journey is safe and clear.
Okay.
And then we talked about the bollards, that's just a no-go really from a safety perspective. And we have never, just as a matter of fact, approved any signage on a bollard because it's just not permitted. Okay, and then I think vis-a-vis the things that Manuel was bringing up about the park and the Etihad sign and what Carrie brought up vis-a-vis the coloring and the blue, I think you're clear on that, right? Like I think we did not follow that the blue was, you did, but we didn't all. But we understand that now that will be more clearly articulated through the rest of the signage. Did I miss anything before we thank the team for their presentation? Oh, yes, last thing, the founding wall, if you could let us know. I mean, we understand that that's important to you. I think right now, to us, it reads like a memorial, and I'm sure you don't want that for your fans. It's also unclear. The old logo is very much like a insidery. And the thing that's so beautiful about NYC FC, who I have worked with before and who honored me with my own jersey, okay, with my name on it, is that it's a very democratic institution, right? There are people of all classes and all, like socioeconomic classes, all kinds of backgrounds who are passionate about this sport, and they're going to be passionate about coming to this place. And I don't think that you want them to feel like they see that and they realize it's like a really insidery thing for which they couldn't participate because they can't afford to be part of that club, right? So making it that more clear, I think, would be beneficial to the culture of your institution, because that's really, like, for most New Yorkers, who you are, right? I mean, football is played in communities in this city where American football is never played. So, okay, anything else here? Okay, so thank you, and we look forward to seeing your next presentation at preliminary. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And with that, that concludes our public meeting for today.